Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, September the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you can hear me and you can see my screen just as I'm opening this. Look at edit, guys. Getting thumped even though I'm looking at the headline. It says announces positive initial clinical data. However, I guess if you dive in more, the market's not liking it. So there's edit coming right into the it's below now the 200-day moving average. There's a 200-day moving average at 51.20. It's at 40, just getting thumped here. So again, I'm just, this is the headline I see announces positive, okay? And I haven't dived into this and looked at it, but anyway, obviously not positive enough. So look at edit, just getting hammered here. Now, will this have this big bounce? I mean, this is just getting hammered. Let's take a look at CRISPR, CRSP, because they use CRISPR. Wow, edit is just getting hammered. Somebody who is a bit more of a bio background, maybe William or somebody, take a look at this press release. Again, when it says announces positive initial clinical data, obviously something is in this press release that the market does not like. All right, well, there are other things going on. And on a personal note, GREE. So, GREE, of course, did that merger with SPRT. Was it last week or the week before? So I took this one on this break here. So, I mean, here's the press release for it. I mean, Riley has now put a very aggressive price target of $78 on it. Okay, so that's all traders see. So able to get some right here, just a little over 28. It had this pop almost immediately. I sold some around 29.50. Waited, got all the way up to 31, and as it came back down, I'm out of it right around 30. Both ends. I held a little piece. So we'll see what happens going forward. I also tried. I couldn't get on the right side of fold, but I got sidelined a little bit with the GREE. I tried actually getting on either side of the fold. I just couldn't find the right entry for me. When I say that, I'm talking about try to get long, try to get short. Obviously, the short way was the way to go. And the news is the FDA accepted some filings they did. And there was a 200-day moving average. That's what I was really, when it broke through the 200-day, I thought, okay, well, let's go. But anyway, now it's underneath the 200-day. AUVI, an acquisition. AUVI did an acquisition. That is the reason this one is up. It was up anyway, fading. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but wow, look at that fade, 973.98 acquisition, and right at that 200-day moving average. It's 809 right now. The 200-day moving average is 814. NCNA, fast track designation from the FDA. Another one that there's the 200-day moving average, 385. What did it get to? Not even close. But it's fading. Most of these seem to fade. FBIO, something to do with AstraZeneca buying a company that they had founded. FBIO, again, fade. I could not see any news on HLBZ, HLBZ. Could not find any news on this. Now I see it. Announces effectiveness of registration statement. Okay, 1150. So they're doing the financing. Well, is that right? 1150? If that's true. Exercise price of 1150. I'm trying to read through this. It looks like a financing at around 1150. If that's the case, it's still way above the financing price. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Look at this gap down though. Wow. Dollar Tree, DLTR, more expensive one, DLTR. They are I guess they announced a share buyback and now they're increasing it. This is a SPAC, MAAC. See if it's still holding up here. Not really. Yeah, 1260 right back down to almost that 10 level. Sophie's doing a financing, SOFI. And it is it still a gap down? Yes, it's still gapping down. The next low looking left is right down here, 1559. Big float, $500 million in the float. So on the bounce, yeah, look at this bounce. I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, you look at the headline, positive, positive, positive. Market just hammered it down, but you're right. Look at that bounce. JZXN. This is an EV play. Is it still hanging in there? 318 down to 270. Another one that is not chartable for me at Interactive Brokers. Some kind of a strategic agreement with another Chinese company. It's an EV play. EQT, energy play, doing a financing. Couldn't see the financing price. See if they can see it now. They've announced a financing. 25.93 million share. So anyway, this is gapping down on that news. LICY, gapping up, $100 million investment from Coach Strategic Platforms through convertible note purchase. So again, another big pop, then the drop. And I don't think I mentioned this one. I don't think I saw any news on this one. GOVX. Okay, so this actually had the big pop after hours yesterday. Saw that pop after hours. And now I see that it's trading higher on in-licensing pack for solid tumor. So, I mean, there is some news on it. Well, they made some kind of an acquisition. Just have to read the news. AUVI, if that's what you're talking about. Made some kind of an acquisition. Trader, I don't know if we have it here. Yeah, I don't, look, guys, our news is what it is, but, if you really, I rely on my IB headlines. But here it is. Acquisition of the assets of KES Science and Technology. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And then we'll check our sectors. It's going to look a lot different today, though the market's starting to fade a little bit. We had a nice little gap up, but the market's starting to fade just a little bit. A few more upgrades and downgrades. Let me get them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I will take a look at the downgrades now. All right, there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, you guys were talking about, remember the symbol you guys were talking about? Let's see. Something started with the letter N. NLTX. Okay, let's take a look at NLTX. I don't see it on my list here anywhere. Let's see what it's doing right now. NLTX. Oh, that's why it's only 100 shares. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Sure, it's going to look a lot different this morning. All right, well, definitely a lot different this morning. So, remember yesterday, we had a big positive I think about 100% of them were up pre-market. XLE, the energy sector. Though as the day progressed, it became about 50-50. Like most, I mean, the market was down 560, 420 in the NAS, 90 in the SPY. But today's a bit of a different day, of course. So look at tech. Tech is having as we speak, a rebound. So what these numbers mean, 83.82%, that means that in the stocks that make up the XLK sector, 83% of them are up from yesterday's close, okay? So that's what these numbers mean, 72% finance. So what is the weak sector? Energy. That is the weak sector right now as we speak. Look at these two. I mean, tech and communication, which was absolutely thumped yesterday. So in the pre-market, everything's up except energy. Only 27% are up from yesterday's close. So the PRQR is triggering now for me. What I'm talking about right there. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. The pre-market axis up and down, and the gap up and down, and PRQR is triggering now. PRQR, 49 million in the float. Out of the Netherlands. Well, I mean, as we speak, the S&P is up, but it's starting to fade. So, I mean, I have to wait for the market open. But as we speak, the S&P is up. Do you not have a chart for the S&P? PRQR, guys, is, what are we doing here? Exhibit its negative. Yeah. I love Benzinga's headline. Again, not seeing any specific company news for this pop. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, so as usual, most of these ones that pop in the pre-market, I haven't seen anyone, the ones that I'm following anyway, I've not seen them hold their gains. Let's take a look at GoGo. GoGo is drifting down just a little bit. Of course, that was the major star yesterday, GoGo. What a move it had from 12 o'clock on. There it is. Look at that move from 12 o'clock on, straight up until just near the end of the day. They got as high from the low of just about 15 all the way up to 17, almost 18, from 15 to 18, almost straight up. And that started right at noon. So let's see if today, this was an earnings play. I'm sorry, this was not an earnings play. It was a revenue forecast, revenue forecast increase. Official earnings are in November. Well, let's see if it has a continuation day. And Sophie continues down on their financing news, right? Financing news. That's a big float, $500 million in the float. Now there's a company. I'm not too familiar with them. I don't think they're in Canada. What's the name of that company? It's an eyeglass company. They're going public today. I think it starts with W or M. One of you guys will know. Wobies or. And they're going public today. It's a direct, thank you, WRB. I knew it. WRBY. They are going public today, direct to market offering. So a ton of shares being, I think around $40. I think that was the IPO price. Now, I think somebody posted yesterday that Amazon, their robot, but it is not, and I think we were looking at iRobot or something like that, but that is not a cleaning. It's not like it was just a little guy following you around. Yeah, exactly. How lazy are we going to be 100 years from now? Or sooner? So this gray, boy, this is already, is that right? Yeah, I don't know if I can believe that float information, 810,000. At any rate, Gree's got a very low float. Fabulous, William, fabulous. Highly skeptical to begin with, but fabulous now. Love it. Well, so you asked me what do I think about it? All we can do is wait for it to open. I mean, you know, they had some news. You know, some licensing pact. It's a low float situation, 16 million. If you're asking me how I interpret the news, I don't really think like that. All I know is their news is there. It popped up after hours, but it's faded a lot. I mean, look, it got up to what, 624. It has faded a lot. Now, it doesn't mean it can't start to recover, but it's also, there's the 200-day moving average. It's right at it, 490. It's literally sitting right on it. Yeah, it requires a little bit of pre-market work, or pre-market work, listen to me. Pre-homework, using one of those, but I'm sold on it now. Okay, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? And of course, I'm just can't wait to see what sort of plays we're getting from the option scan today. And I've put a delay on it for 10 minutes on mine. You don't have to do it on yours, but I will not see anything for at least 10 minutes. That's by design now. Give me a moment as I make an adjustment to one of my scans. I don't think I mentioned this RGS. It had some action after hours yesterday. RGS. It's a lot of volume. Only 29 million in the float. I'm just trying to see if I see any news. I don't see any specific news. There's a block trade at 389, a million shares at 389. Excuse me. All right, give me one more. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I'm just going to wait for my options scanner to start triggering some alerts. Morning, Aja. Okay, Harry, I don't know why, but okay. Good morning, Sam, and we are open. Okay, guys, just keeping an eye on some of the ones that are, so the AUVI is fading. The GRE, actually the GRE now is above, no, it's not above 30. If you do a search in your alert window and type in time, okay, John, and just type in time, and then you'll see the option and it'll say min max, and I put 10 in the min. You don't have to. That's what I'm talking about. If you do a search, right click, configure, search, and type in time, Okay, time of day. Add the filter. 30. This one is delayed 15 minutes. I'm delaying the other one by 10 minutes. Again, you don't have to. Wow, greedy guys. I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. I was going to try to hold a piece, but okay, and all traders are looking at are this super aggressive price target of $75. Put on by Riley. Yeah. So meanwhile, what's the market doing? So the market's up a little. Tech is rebounding. SPY's up. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to let things settle down a little bit. You talk about a roller coaster for edit, my goodness. Look at this, topping tail, bottoming tail, topping tail, bottoming tail. Here's the other, man, I cannot believe it. This used to be lagging, both of those. NTLA, they used to always kind of trade in tandem, edit, CRISPR, and NTLA. Now, guys, here's the PALT, okay? Remember, we were talking about PALT yesterday, P-A-L-T, as a sympathy play with DATS. Of course, DATS was another huge winner for us yesterday. Look at it go now, PALT. Volume is picking up. It's a very low float, 3.7 million in the float. And it's I guess this is an IPO here. It says, we're almost at an all-time high. There we are, all-time high. PALT, guys, on the move. It's early, though. It is early. Wow, look at it go. PALT. Again, we'll call it a sympathy play with the DATS. And PALT just got halted. PALT just got halted. Neon was halted, as Zach said. Neon got halted. 12:30, and let's see, this. So there was actually news at 9:25 that I see. Selected for contactless airport kiosk trials by in South Korea. And what's the float? Wow, 7.2 million in the float. And this is a Swedish stock. Okay, one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at PALT where it could open. No real clue right now. 622, 622. That's what I'm seeing. That's the halt price. So no real clue. Oh man, look at fold. Oh, somebody. I tried to get on either side of this, but then I got wrapped up in the green. But look at this. I mean, oh man, pounded down. Okay, what was their news? It's so fluffy. FDA accepted their filings. Whoop-de-doo. And the market is starting to fade a little bit here, guys. You can look at this, the Dow. Remember when we first looked, the Dow was up 100. So the market is starting to fade a little bit here. In fact, everything on that I have thumbnailed is starting to fade. Here's a good example of why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at GREE. Look what it did. I mean, I got all the way up to 30, almost 32, and right back down to 28 and a half. You know, these are huge. These are big drops. Yeah, NCNA is making a new high here. NCNA. Okay, did have some news. Fast track designation from the FDA. 42 million in the float. All right, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt for halt, no pun intended, 9:34, 9:39, it'll open 16 seconds after 9:39, so where are we right now? So in about a minute from now, Neon just opened, and it, so on the halt, and it popped from the halt. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on this PALT. It's an all-time high. And this should open. Should open in about 20 seconds. No big clue. It still says 622, 622 on the bid and ask in IB, so no big clue. All right. 3, 2, 1, open. There we go. Okay, actually, so no real gap up or down for PALT. I think traders are just looking at DATs, though. I don't see any news on it. I think they're just looking at DATs and what happened to it yesterday. You know, it's kind of the, well, I mean, it's talk, okay, and so is DATs. Now, this does not trade options, so this will not show up on my option scanner. Well, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Broker, so there's that for PALT. Yeah, guys, if you're talking time zone, always refer to Eastern Time Zone. Just makes it a lot easier. And that is not Eastern bias. I'm on the West Coast, but you know, it's just makes it a lot easier. Keep an eye on this PALT, guys. I mean, it's bracing nicely here, just over 6. It's a low float. Anything could happen here. Boy, this is, you got to keep, well, can't tell you to take a trade. I know it's early, but man, oh man, I mean, it's just, I think it's just about DATS, okay? I think that's all it, just traders are looking at what happened with DATS yesterday, and they're thinking maybe the same thing can happen with PALT. We talked about this yesterday in the trading room. Now, there it goes, guys. So did I break a rule? Yes. But I'm trading it. I am trading it. When I say break a rule, I mean I typically do not take trades in the first 15 minutes, but this got I can almost guarantee that's the only reason people are looking at this, traders are looking at this, is because of DATS from yesterday. I don't see any other specific news on it. And it's such a crazy low float. DATS has, well, 11 million in the float. I know, William, you got to be out of it. Yeah, but is that today's news? All right, guys. Well, that's definitely a winner if you took it. Just over 6. I mean, had plenty of time. Let's, oh man, guys. I mean, this is again. Don't be afraid to trade it, but well, that's twice in a couple of weeks that I've actually taken a trade in the first 15 minutes. I can't remember the other one. Can you take out 7? Look at the volume. Look at the volume. So we are already just about traded the float. 3.75 million, 3.6 is the float. Was it SPRT? Now guys, they're awfully risky. Remember, that float is so low. It's very, very risky. So if you took this one, do not wander away from your computer. Okay, I've taken some more off in case it cannot break 7. So you know I'm in a 619. Yeah, it had plenty of time. Look at what it did. It held that 6. The minute it held 6, I said, okay, let's just do it with a 6 stop. But it's struggling to get through 7, guys. So again, if you are in this one, just be very aware. We have another halt. INM is a halt. INM is a halt. And what is this one going to open at? And how many in the float? Another little Canadian company. Where are you out of? Vancouver, my hometown. Okay, so this is halted. All right, so we are 10 minutes in. So nothing in my option scanner yet. Come on, take out that 7. See how the price alert window works? Okay, you see how I put a price alert and I minimize the window. When it hit that price, it popped up on my screen. I have a sound alert on it also. I cannot miss it. All right, guys, back to bed. You guys are on your own. Just give me a moment, please. Here we go. Okay, guys, so Edison Group, we're hearing, okay, so this is rumor, okay, INM, hearing Edison Group issues a $24 price target on INM. Why not? This is what I'm talking about. Okay, here's hearing, okay, that's not. Look at DATS, guys, it has come right back up. DATS has come right back up. I haven't even seen. Okay, we do have an options play right now. RGS had news. I think had some news after hours, I guess. So what do I see when I look left? Do I like it? Not in love with it. 450. Let's see. Wait, 454 is right there. So the next high 450. The next high is 467. And then we get into that 5 area. So I'm not in love with this one because it just doesn't have a ton of room. Doesn't mean it's not going to go, but it just doesn't have a ton of room, you know, between here and 5. Okay, I don't have very much of the pulp left, guys. Just underneath 7 again. Just holding on just a little piece just in case it does something really crazy. INM just opened. INM just opened. Again, not a big pop. It's another low float. And NCNA is pretty choppy. Here, look at these topping tails in the 5-minute chart. Popped up, came right back down. Same with the, doesn't mean, just got to let it settle down a bit, I guess, if you're looking to trade it. Okay, so this is a beauty salon. Okay, a salon. Okay. Now look at DATS, guys. Look at DATS. All-time high again. Whoa! Look at DATS. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Keep an eye on the pulse still, because see if it takes out this high right here. Again, I just have the feeling. I mean that's the only reason it's up. I mean somebody's talking about settlements and all that, but you know it's got talk in the name. Okay. Yeah, I do see it, Lucid. I do see it. Now, look, I may be completely wrong. It may not be a sympathy play with DATS, but regardless, all right, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see. Okay, keep an eye on the GRI if it can take out 30 again. I'm just going to stick an alert. I'm not in this anymore. I'm going to stick an alert just over 30, see if it takes it out again. Riley has put a $75 price target on them. Not check out VXRT, VXRT. Yeah, coming into, what's that high right there? 849, so it's coming into 849, it's coming into 848, so 850, so potential resistance area right here for VXRT. It's not a low float, 121 million in the float, so it'll take a bunch to move it. Checking out some of the early. All right, what are you guys talking about? Which one are you talking about? GBR? I know, okay, Zach, you're talking about GBR. Of course, GBR CEI from yesterday. Yeah, a little pop here. Very low flow, 3.7 million in the float. The high of yesterday was way up here at 616. Energy play. All right, I'll take a look at BBIG. Yeah, no, that's not a red bar ignored. No, what you need, first of all, red bar ignored, you need to have an uptrend and then a red bar, and then the next candle is green. There's Palt, guys. Halt over 17 again. I'm not on mute, I'm just watching Pult. I am back in. I just want to see if it holds 7-7. If it doesn't hold 7, I'm out. So got to pay attention to it, guys, before I look at anything else. The Pult. Just watching it, guys. Sorry, I have to pay attention to Pult. Well, I'm not looking for doubles, but just looking. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. Okay, I'll look at getting back in if it gets over 7. Took a little loss on it. But still very interested. All right, well, instead of watching it, let me put another alert up here around 7:19. It's the float, guys, that 3.75 in the float. I'm just having to concentrate on this PALT. I think if it gets back at the 720 in that area, I think it could keep maybe having a bit of a move. This might be just a little pause here. And there's the GRE, guys. The GRE is now over 30 again. What is it? Okay, so LICY showed up in the options scan. Now this got up to 1243. There's a cash injection, I think, of 100 million. Is that right? For LICY, $100 million investment for LICY. Now it had a big pullback, but it did get up to 1244 or so in the pre-market. All right, guys, and the Palt keeps holding over 7. I'm thinking that if it gets back up to about 720 on the bid, leaving 7 behind, it could have another run. So I'm not telling anybody to take that trade if it hits 720 on the bid. I'm just saying that's what I'm paying attention to. Remember, I was talking about the RGS didn't like it from the option scanner. Just because we get something in the option scanner doesn't mean I'm going to pile into it. I thought there was just too much resistance between the alert price and 5. LICY is better. I'm not in love with the fact that it pulled back so much, but it is definitely better. There's maybe some resistance right around here, 1170. If I get through that, there's sort of the magnet, 1245 in the pre-market for LICY. All about the float. All right, guys, LICY working a little bit. But there's no question that Palt is the one that could really, really explode just because of the float. Okay, LICY is working, LICY working a little bit. The 1162 on the alert, 1180 now. They're working well now, guys. I mean, can it take out 12? That's the big question. LICY, can it take out 12? All right, we looking good. Takes out 12. There we go, taking out 12 for LICY. So again, this is what I'm talking about right there. The alert 1162. The magnet was the pre-market high so far. Don't be afraid to trade it. All right, guys, definitely a winner for the LICY if you took it anywhere close to the 1162. Even if you took it around 1170. I didn't take it at 1162. I actually, what did I get it? 1168 is where I got it. I've traded some out. And the Palt is over 7 again. Just keep an eye on that 720 on the bid or so. Again, here's the high in the pre-market. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that was kind of the magnet I was looking at, 1243. It did have some news, $100 million cash injection. Okay, guys, so I keep saying, don't be afraid to trade these. Palt. If you took the GRE, I didn't take the GRE again. Okay, just too wrapped up in other things. Wow, that's a big move for you, William. Percentage wise, I think. Ah, boy, I tell you, the okay, guys, Lacey keeps moving here. Again, I've traded some out. You know, I'm not going to tell you where to get out. I mean, you have to have a plan. But LICY, I mean, there's what I was looking at, the 1243 in the pre-market. Again, I'm not saying it's getting here, but look at the volume coming in. What was the option volume? So 14, so it's traded almost 15,000 contracts a day. It represents 7 times normal. Sort of, yes. Actually, it is a cross on the 2-minute. Somebody asked about, is there a cross on the 2-minute? Officially, let's see, what was the high? 1207, 1208, yes. And in fact, it's even better because of that bottoming tail. Oh, 5-minute chart for LICY? No, not on the 5-minute chart, no. But on the 2-minute chart, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. You're talking about a cross. I'm so sorry. You're talking about an RBI, red bar ignored. I don't have a cross. No, I don't have a cross for the. I mean, I have a cross down here, but not a cross up. Oh, actually, yeah, my eyes are. Yeah, you're right. There is a cross up right here. Problem is that you get a cross down, you get a cross up, so it's kind of mixed signals. Not anymore, of course. I mean, just the faith in my option scanner is enormous. What can I say? Oh, guys, LICY is really turning into a nice play now. Why not put an alert up here at pre-market high? Why not see if they can induce it upwards even more? Okay, Pult doesn't look good anymore, guys. So all I'm doing now with Pult is just putting my price. I have my price alert set up here. Put it just around 711. If it hits it later on in the day, fine. If it doesn't, just move on. Meanwhile, Edit, it's a roller coaster. Now it's moving down. There was a pre-market low way down here at 44. I typically do not trade these higher price stocks, but for those of you who are interested, Seed pop, let's take a look at seed pop. It must be a big wow. It's either a big wow on the way up or on the way down, and I guess we're talking on the way up. Out of China stock, seed pop. Low float, 11 million in the float. I don't see any news on that one. I guess this was an IPO back here 3 months ago. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers also. And when I say that, I'm not saying I'm going to take a short right now. I'm just pointing it out. Excuse me. Now this one is interesting. SLI. Now this is one that Real pointed out yesterday as a short. Worked out pretty nicely right around this area here. But 909. This is now showing up in the option scanner. And it's an all-time high, SLI. We have a halt. Okay, I don't know what this one is. Is this a? This looks like a SPAC. Just I haven't seen too many of the new SPACs released, but this is a SPAC. I'm assuming. Yeah, it's a SPAC. Okay, guys, look at SLI go. Again, don't be afraid to trade them. Wow. Whew. Boy, oh boy, this option scanner, guys. I mean, you know, you can trade them. Now, other way to use it, of course, is if they get too parabolic, you can always turn around and short them later if you want. But as a watch list for the day, man. So look at the differences. I mean, look at LICY and SLI compared to RGS. Hopefully you can start to see what I see. When you look left on a weekly, monthly, daily chart. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. So again, the SLI, I'm still interested. I'm out of it, but I'm still interested to see if it takes out that, what was the trigger at 919 again? You gotta trade these, okay? You can't expect them just to keep moving higher and higher and higher. But so first of all, wow, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Live on the mic and sharing my screen. So if you have ever been interested in wondering what Trade Idea is all about, you can join the test drive. I'm going to put the test drive link in right now. Well, I guess, okay, maybe what happened is it changed symbols here. Maybe that's what it was, okay? SLI, I mean, it looks like an IPO here or something, but maybe what it did is change symbols. But at any rate, you know, most probably a lot of traders are just seeing it from here. So the test drive, you click on that test drive link. This is what you are going to see. So for $11.11, you can have access to our full premium service for 10 trading days. It starts on the 11th, okay? That is a Monday, so it's less than 2 weeks from now. So from the 11th to the 22nd, you'll have 10 trading days with our premium service for $11.11. Please listen carefully. If you can't start on the 11th and go right to the 22nd, you will not get 10 trading days. You know, if you start on the 12th and go to the 22nd, you'll get 9. So it is not 10 trading days from when you start. All of our support is set up, you know, for the 11th to the 22nd. If you have a standard subscription and you want to try out our premium service, you can do so also for the 11/11. And again, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're pre-registering. You will not get any live data until the 11th. Please read it carefully. Also, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription automatically when it is over. Okay? So that is the test drive. The other thing I would do is, you know, get somewhat prepared. If you don't know trade ideas at all, get somewhat prepared and take the 20 lessons. I'm going to pop that link in. Okay, the 20 lessons. And it goes over things like what are top lists, what are alert windows, how to create them, what is the AI all about, single stock windows. Okay, they're very quick lessons. It's all text-based, so at least get yourself, you know, somewhat accustomed to what Trade Ideas is all about. Neon, did it jump? Yeah, okay, so for Neon, I mean, what's the float? Wow, it's such a low float again. I'd be putting an alert, excuse me. I mean, what did it get up to after the halt? Around 1242. You know, stick an alert around 1176. You know, you're giving up some, but if it takes out this area right there, you can see all these little topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Takes it out, it could have another run in it. Right now, I'm going to put my homepage link in. Go over some of the stuff that you see on my homepage. I was always told not to use stuff. Some of the information that you will see on my homepage. So if you're in the main trading room, you'll see there's a tab called Barry's homepage. I've also put the link in here. When you click on my tab, there is the link. LICY, guys. Another new high. So if you want to take advantage of a Trade Ideas subscription right now, you cannot wait for the test drive. Here's what you can do. There is a promo code right there you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. You will see 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. So on an annual basis, the premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Okay, and the big difference is the AI. That works out to about $6 a day. Okay, so you can afford $6 a day, and premium is for you. Obviously, standard would be a little bit less, 3 something a day. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. You can go month to month if that's what you want to do. There's nothing wrong with that. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, listen carefully. First month only. After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. So more information on my homepage. These 3 sections are free. You can get the trade of the week, my stock of the day, and the education links. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day, I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. You can sign up for them all right here. And the education link. You click here. Here are all those introductory lessons. I'm going over things like what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, all the way down to, click, how do you get rid of that? There we go, down to Brokerage Plus and the AI. Okay, so introductory lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, do yourself a favor and take a look at this. Daily support sessions. Today is Wednesday. In YouTube today, it'll be Steve Gomez. He is the originator of the Trades of the Week. I take a break at around noon. Steve takes over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll put the link in before I do take my break. Daily webinars. So there is one today. We're on the Monday-Wednesday cycle this week. So there is one today. This is the one I help out on. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. Next week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. Starting Trade Ideas from scratch. Something booyah'd at me. Now that was the neon, guys. So the neon just took out that little high. Back to basics. If you are brand new to trading, and I mean brand new, it starts off with what is a stock? This is a great little series that Michael Noss of Trade Ideas put together. 36 short videos. So if you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay? 5 trades a week. Somebody asked about the TI strengths. 5 trades a week. Okay, so those sections are all free, and then of course the other big section are my scans. All right, so if you click here, you have to be a subscriber, obviously. This is a layout that I am sharing. It looks a lot like the layout that you see. And then of course here is my beautiful moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? Which gave you LICY at 1162. And we are now at 1247, guys, and that is almost a red bar ignored again. I have other scans. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. That is where I first saw LICY. Okay, so I knew, to be watching it, and then of course it popped into my option scanner. So I knew there was some news already. So when it popped into the option scanner, I thought, okay, it has a reason for it to be moving. So here are all the scans I'm sharing. Guys, the pulse right back up. Briefly. There it goes, guys. The pulse is back up. Oh, man. Oh, Oh man, oh man, oh man. I don't know what. And it just got halted. It just got halted. And now this looks interesting. Well, I'm seeing 778. I don't know if that's where it's going to open. Boy, this is multitasking, guys. Going through all this. Save my link, okay? Just save my link. You can look at all this information, especially the education section and all my scans. You can take a look at that. There's lots of information here, of course. So save my link, then you can look at all that whenever you want. Whew. Where is this going to open? Look at the volume that came in, guys. Look at the volume. Okay, it halted at 10:29 plus 21 seconds. This is what I'm talking about right there, okay? We have a halt resume scanner. That's the other one of the ones I'm sharing, of course. So typically these are 5-minute halts. Unfortunately, this does not trade options, so it would never appear in my option scanner, but they don't all have to be in the option scanner. Yeah, it's funny, Zach, I don't know if you can hear me. 10:30 Wednesdays, used to always follow this really religiously, the 10:30, all the information that Zach has posted about the crude oil and all that. So if you were, always used to say, if you were in an oil play just before 10:30 on Wednesday, you better be very aware of these figures that were going to be announced every Wednesday at 10:30. Where is Paul going to open? Light speed? Okay, let's take a look at LSPD. I know I haven't completed my spiel. It's just, should almost just record it and have you guys just listen to it every day and say, but I know people won't. So, yeah, look at this. Look at this. Well, hundreds. Such a big area to try to hold. Edit continues down. Man, oh man. I mean, what a roller coaster. Dropped, popped right back up. All right, guys, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is an example of one. Basic new highs and lows. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. Just waiting on the halt. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 10:34 plus 21 seconds. So obviously I'm just waiting to see where this one opens. So again, this is an example of a scan. Basic new highs and lows. So it's not so important what these values are, but this is a concept, okay? If you want to build your own scans, you always start off with a set of filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 8, trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I'm going to get a real-time alert. That's why we see these alerts here. Okay, so if you want to build your own scans, that's how you will always start. Now, of course, I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you're new to trade ideas and you don't want to even build your own scans at the beginning, you can use mine, or you can go to our toolbar. Before I start that though, one of the good things about trade ideas, and we are open, holy smokes guys, we're open, and it is gapped up 790. I don't know why this is lagging here. That 2-minute chart is lagging. Something is amiss here. Okay, there it. Don't know what happened there, but anyway, can we break 8? Rhetorical. And let's induce it upwards. Just like that. So if you're wondering, I mean, how can this happen? Yeah, it's just the float, guys. 3.75 million in the float. That's how stock can be up 50% or more. Well, if you're in the room yesterday, I was talking about this one yesterday, seeing if it would have any sympathy with DATs. Now, I'm not saying this is the exact reason. I know some are talking about some other reason, but I kept saying, this could be a great sympathy play with DATs. All right, let me go to the channel bar here. If I click on new and then click on the dock channel bar, again, if you don't want to build your own scans, guess what? We've got a lot of scans here. These are all themed channels. So if you go to the momentum channel as an example, here's the Momo channel. Here's right here, you can see LICY. Obviously, this was at 1028. This is just showing the last one. So obviously, LICY is not at 1249. Look at that magnet. I disagree. Give me a moment here. It should be showing pre-market, and I would always show the pre-market. Anyway, look at the magnet, guys. Remember we were talking about this, and it got just to that level. And then it pulled back. Anyway, if you want to build your own scan, or you don't want to build your own scans, okay, we have all these themed channels. So if you saw an alert window or a top list window that you liked, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. Then you move on to the next one, stock surging. Something we call the action is heating up right now. You can always save this to the cloud. How? You have to watch the little videos. It explains how you save things to the cloud. So the concept is this. You go to each one of these alert windows. You check them out. You might see a scan that you like. You save it to the cloud. Once you've done that, then you can just file load from cloud. If I had saved those, you would have seen them up here. You just click load one by one, and thereby creating your own scan without having to know how to create a scan in the first place. And then, your own layout. And you can just save your layout, which could be made up of scans that I've created or scans that you see from the channel bar. Try to make it very, very simple for you. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. From the toolbar, I would click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, when you do that, you will see this window. You won't see these two. This is part of the docking, but you'll see this window right here. Obviously not, having a great day, but this is what you'll see. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at that price. You have a stop. That's what I would definitely obey all the time. How you trade them will be up to you. Use it like a watch list. Sometimes sometimes they get into a trade early, and then later on it'll set up again. So just use it like a watch list. I like the ones under 20. So this is of interest to me right now, the Sun W. But how you use it will be up to you. Okay, now let me talk a little bit about this window called Brokerage Plus. Yeah, 16 tests coming up for DATS. PULT is half of it. Okay, and there it goes, guys. It's going, look at it, over 8 now. It's half of DATS, and with about a third of the float. Oh, all right, this window called Brokerage Plus is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available to you. Pop that video in, the Brokerage Plus video. It has the link, it has 2 videos. The short one is how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't have access to this feature that we have. And if you have IB or E-Trade, you don't have to use it, but it's here if you want it. The other main function, in my opinion, is using it as a simulator. Okay? If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. We've got a great simulator. You just click on the sim mode, and now it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. You'll see this one, should have kept it, but you see this one was a holdover from yesterday, go. So you can practice swing trading also. Let's just take a look at how this can work. Oh, I see go showed up in my option scanner. A little extended. Where's the high? Looking left to 1775. So a little bit extended. Okay, let's take this trade just for fun. We'll just show you the mechanics of doing it and placing a stop. We're going to take 500 shares of USWS, and we're going to buy it right at the market. There's only a 1 cent spread, so we can buy it right at the market. See, it got in at 109, sorry, at 110. I'm going to put a stop at, again, this is just the mechanics of how to do this, okay? At 990. 990, I wish. 90 cents. Okay, so when you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. So how I trade, I always have a stop. I have a price. I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So where am I going to put that stop? That's where the practice comes in, all right? You have to practice. You have to figure out how you want to place your stops. I look at a chart, for instance, if I were truly in this one, I'd probably put a stop right around here, 97 cents. So actually not that far away, but right there, a little bit of support on the 2 minute, right here on the 5, okay? That's how I do things. Some will maybe take the low of the previous 15-minute candle or the previous 5-minute candle. How you get comfortable with placing your stops, it's only going to come with practice. So you notice here, if I get taken out, if I allow it to come down to 90 cents, I'll be taken out with a $100 loss. Why 100? I know it says 97.50, but close enough. Why 100? Because that's the next step. How many shares are you going to take per trade? My goodness, guys, PALT. I mean, it's hard for me to concentrate on all this other stuff and watching PALT. Whew. All right, back to stops. Okay, back to the stop, the idea of placing a stop. So how did that share size me? Well, if I'm going to, if I have a $5,000 account, I'm not going to risk $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade, okay? Always. That's why I took 500 shares in this particular case. Not because I take 500 shares every trade, but in this case, the entry was $1.10. The stop was 20 cents away. I did that to make the math super easy. If I divide 20 cents into $100, what do you get? 500 shares. Wow, this could go through 9 now. Wow. Well, let's have more fun. Induce it higher, higher, and higher. Look at the volume coming into it. Look at this volume increase. This is the biggest volume bar of the day on the 2 minute. Man, oh man. Okay, so the next thing is to obey your stop, okay? Sometimes that's very hard to do. You can practice in the simulator. If I get stopped out, it's only play money, right? So no emotions involved whatsoever, though you really should try to treat it like it's real money. Otherwise, there's no point in going through the exercise of using a simulator. But once you start trading, sometimes, it's hard to obey your stop, because you can't believe a trade isn't going to work for you. Always, I've been saying it like this now for a couple of weeks. You should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You should have a bit of a checklist, and unless you can say yes to every reason, and you shouldn't have like 20 reasons, you'll never take a trade. But if you can't say yes to your checklist, then don't take the trade. But if you can say yes, and you take the trade, sometimes even the best setup, for all the reasons why you got into a trade, sometimes it just doesn't work still. So, do your best to obey your stop, because what can happen is you get stubborn. You let your ego take over, and you think, well, maybe I put my stop too close. Maybe because I can't believe it's not going to work. So instead of that $100 manageable loss, it might turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally get out of the trade. That's why you should practice, practice, practice. But, even when you practice, again, because it is not real money, emotion comes into it once you have real money on the line. So how well you obey your stops will be really, really key to how long you're going to last in this business. There we go. Keep inducing it. Put 10, why not? That's over 16. Will Paul catch up? All right, guys. So that's my spiel. Okay. I mean, practice trading. We've got a great simulator here. Just practice trading. Okay. You can also practice swing trades if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day. That's what happened here in the go-go. I actually held this one from yesterday, and I exited it earlier. How you get out of a trade is you can flatten it. You can get out of half your trade, or you can double. If I don't get out of this USWS by the end of the day, it'll carry forward tomorrow. So you can practice swing trading also. Palt is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I'm not. Now remember, I took this in the simulator, okay? I'm not in this trade for real. I took it in the simulator just to demonstrate how you can. I should also demonstrate something else. Let's say you wanted to get into the pulp, but you don't want to take it right now, okay? You want to take it on a pullback. Let's say, I'm going to put a massive pullback right down to 8. I just want to show you how you can do it, just the mechanics of doing it. So if I want to do that, and I want to take it at 8, pull back right down to here, I would put 8 in both boxes, in the price and the stop box. I click on buy, and there is a big blue line. It'll show up on my chart. So if I want to take this on a pullback to this level, that's what I would do. Okay. Now, if I don't want to do it anymore for whatever reason, I don't like the way it's trading, all I have to do is go to the orders and cancel it. Just find it, highlight it, right click and cancel it. Okay, right click and cancel if I want to do that. I'll keep it in there. I just want to show you the mechanics of doing this. All right, got to catch my breath here, guys. I mean, what a morning it's been. So a couple of things about the, go-go did appear in the option scanner, but that high yesterday was too close. I mean, it came in at 1741, and so what I'm going to do is maybe if it takes out the high of yesterday, I'll get interested in it. So again, this doesn't mean every time you get an alert in the option scanner, they're not all created equal. GBR again. GBR, such a low float. There's the high of yesterday also, 616. Yeah, so this little one, USWS, is moving. So if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I would just flatten it. Now, there's something wrong. Well, I shouldn't say something wrong, because this was a massive profit. Also, the entry was at 1513. I got out. I can't remember what price. It's 16 something. I don't know why it's not showing here. This was a carryover from yesterday. Probably I have to have my total profit. Let me just see this. There we go. So the go-go trades from yesterday and getting out today, that was my total profit, 1287. This is in the simulator. Oh man, guys, I mean this might take out 10. I don't know. I have a 10 price alert on it. Too bad it's not an option play. It would have been incredible if it had shown up in my option scanner, but it can't. Why? Because it doesn't trade options. Look at that, 0. No shorts for you. There are shorts that interact with brokers. Who's your broker, Greg? Oh yeah, I mean look at just the basic new highs and lows. You triggered at 604. Just the basic new highs and lows for Palt triggered at 604. But I had also put a price alert. Okay, I had put a price alert at the high of 2 days ago because I wanted to know if this one took that out. If you're not using our price alerts, guys, you're missing out on a huge feature of trade ideas. It's not that price alerts are anything new. Every brokerage platform, every charting program has it. But if you're not using it, then you're not using any platform, in my opinion, to its fullest. So, all I had done for the Palt, because I knew I wanted to watch it. Okay, so I had, if you look here, let me see if I can find it. I mean, look. I mean, there was. I put a price alert, I guess, at 576. See, it triggered at 933. So even if it hadn't shown up here for some reason, I would have seen it because I knew I wanted to watch it. All right, so it's so simple to do. Yeah, it's your risk per trade, Eric. It's not how many. It's not the number of shares. It's your risk per trade. That'll determine your share size. So if you're going to risk 20 cents, if your risk is like what I did here, the USWS, I was risking 20 cents a share, or the risk was 20 cents to make the math easy. If I'm risking $100 on the trade, then I can buy 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares in the simulator. Well, we'd seen Palt 3 days ago. Okay, we saw Palt here, okay? So this was somewhat on the radar 3 days ago. But I only started really watching it again yesterday when DATS went crazy. So I started watching it, right around, it's hard to see on this 15-minute chart, but you see what was happening, and I thought, wow, just because it's a talk program, okay? I have no idea. I mean, it's just a sympathy play for DATS. Okay, so I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Gary. I mean, what did I do here? Just one moment, please. I'm not sure what you mean. I have an order here, for instance, I can't remember which one it was, for pult, okay? So I have an order for pult in the simulator. So if it had a big pull, that's probably not going to happen, but I mean, if it had a big pullback to 8, it will take the trade. So I'm not sure what you mean exactly. So it will execute the trade if it hits, because I've got this order in to take the trade at 8. In the simulator, I'm just demonstrating how you can, take a trade on a pullback as an example. Man, what a morning. I don't even know what the market's doing. Okay, market's up. Everything's up. Doesn't really matter. Remember now, the market was horrible yesterday, right? In terms of all the major indices being down. Didn't matter to us. We had the go-go, we had the DATS on the way up. If you only are interested in if you don't want to short. Yeah, I know you're paraphrasing Dusty. Yeah, what a week today has been. Paul, boy, is it going to take out... Well, this may, this may overtake DATS. I mean, it takes out 10. It's going to be a horse race. If DATS pulls back, this takes out 10, pulp. I don't know if there's an actual time. I mean, a lot of IPOs, this is a little bit different IPO. Wow. So I don't know if there's an official time for this one to start. I don't see a headline that's saying exactly when it's going to start. It will be today, of course. Yeah, so this room is not like that. I can't tell you. I mean, some may have an opinion about it, but I certainly can't tell you, yes, it's a good buy. What? LRCX? $500 stock? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't look at stocks this expensive, so. But I certainly can't give advice like that anyway. You might have meant LCRX though. Oh, maybe you meant LRCX. I don't know. Well, I don't look at $500 share prices, that's for sure. I'm more personally, but hey, listen, all sorts of different trading styles in this room. So, but I'm not telling anybody what to buy anyway. But I personally like stocks under $20. Why? Well, because you're probably for a stock that's $500, you're not going to get a 100% increase in a day. So I'm interested in the ones that are under 20 because they can do stuff like this. But there are there are other traders in this room that will, I don't know how many look at $500 stocks, but there are other traders in the room that, don't look at stocks just under $20 for sure. But I'm just not interested in, trading a Facebook. I mean, Facebook, with couple things. I mean, it's got 2 billion in the float. For this to move any significant percentage, something massive has to happen. Okay, I'm not saying don't trade Facebook if that's the type of stock you like to trade on, and I'm not just speaking to you specifically, but anybody. Great, you can find a way to carve out a living trading these ones. Great, but I'm more into the the ones under 20 that can give you these sort of returns. And with trade ideas, we find these. I'm not saying every day we're going to find a stock that's up 100%, but we find these a lot with trade ideas. But if you traded, for instance, what was the one, LRCX? Just to look at it. Like what would you be expecting? Are you talking about shorting it or taking it long? I mean, what are you expecting from it? Man, oh man. Now, let's see. Sometimes the second or third halts aren't necessarily great, but look at halt, guys. I mean, it's just halted again. Yeah, well, to me, there's no setup yet to go long. To me, even if this were, you're trying to catch something that's moving down. I'd be the low of last month was 553. I'd have to wait to see if that held. Anyway, I just don't look at these. I mean, to me, it's just a kind of very messy looking. Okay, guys, you know what? Full actually showed up on the option scan on the way down. Took out 10 now. What a bunch of much ado about nothing. Look at this one. It got up to $13 on the FDA. Accepted their filings. Whoop-de-doo. That was the news, guys. And once it opened, it's just been falling down. What do you mean by each stock? Not all 10,000 of them, but the stocks that we're in the room, or if somebody mentions a stock, I will look at it. But yeah, somebody with Thinkorswim would have to answer that question for you. I don't know. With interactive brokers, this is what I look at. No, I'm not a financial advisor, Gohan. I don't make any recommendations. We talk about, people know types of things that I will take. I talked about PALT forever. Okay, but I'm not going to say, okay, guys, you should take Paul now with me. No, I'm not a financial advisor. I got to be very careful, you know, what I say. All I can do is, you know, we talk about, and there are others in the room. It's not just myself. Others in the room, great traders. You know, they'll throw out ideas. This is why the program is called Trade Ideas. These are ideas. If it meets your trading plan, great. All right, so Paul's having a pullback now to 10. Will it hold? Meanwhile, fold, guys. Fold, fold, fold is folding. This is what I'm talking about, okay? I flipped this, so here's where I had an alert for fold at 10:17. Didn't take it right there, but you know, so I just flipped this. You know what I'm talking about. Those of you who trade ideas, I just flipped this scan to get the ones moving down with unusually strong options. All right, guys, so things are settled down just a little bit here for me. Not getting too many new alerts. Time is at 11:12. Taking a break in about 45 minutes. Yeah, you know, I mentioned this if you were in with me at 9 o'clock. I was talking about fold, and I couldn't get on the right side of it in the pre-market. Mainly because I was wrapped up in the GREE, but I was looking to go long, then I was looking to go short, but you know, I was too wrapped up in the other one and I just missed this. I mean, what a great short from the pre-market onwards. Real fluffy press release. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, somebody asked me in the YouTube room, I think in the YouTube room, you know, the fact that Pult did not show up on my option scan because it doesn't trade options, but it showed up here. It also showed up on my watch list. So a little bit later on my watch list, but still 696. I would take that when a stock goes up to what, 1170, 69 from the watch list. So yeah. Now look at DATS, guys. Wow, DATS just made a, not sure if it's a new high. Close to a new high. I don't know if Pulse is over yet. If it, you know, if, again, gets pulled up a little bit by what's happening with DATS. Even DATS, you know, showed up here at 1465 from my watch list. I haven't even looked at my watch list. Fold showed up here, my watch list on the way down. So if you only, you know, if you're new to trading, you just want to follow a few stocks, you can, you know, probably, you can look at these, the watch list and the options. I mean, there's not that many stocks during the course of the day that show up. Oops. All right, there's a, well, let's see if this holds. 932. I know Zach is short. What is happening with DATS right now? Okay, you don't pin the windows. You mean just put a window into, first of all, have you looked at the video? I'll give you a video first, Glenn. And if you have questions afterwards, feel free to ask. But I will give you the docking video. I don't know if you've seen it. Okay, take a look at the video. Okay, if you still have questions afterwards, let me know. Wow, no kidding, Miss Janet. Look at the CEI. I thought it might have been over yesterday. Look at the CEI. Holy smokes. I mean, and what's astonishing to me is that it has 104 million in the float. Look where it was only. What date is that? Well, we are talking about the beginning of September. This was a 50-cent stock at 378 now, and trading like stupendous volumes. I mean, with 104 million in the float, and it's traded 295. That's almost 3 times the float. Yeah, thank you, Becca. I'd like to, I just don't have the time to answer very specific questions like that all day long. So I do appreciate what you're doing. Thank you. Exactly. Well, you mean way smaller? Like it trades like this, like the float is way smaller. You mean? Let's take a look at EEIQ. So many stocks. Wow is right on the way down, 23%. Keep thinking this is well, who's involved? Yeah, I'm sure this has something to do with China education, even though it's a US based stock. No, I may be wrong. Look at DATS. Holy smokes. Well, let's see if, I mean, look, I'm wishing the best. I'm obviously traded out of the pulp now, but you never know later on. Well, there are actually shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for DATS. Not that I'm looking to short it, but I just out of interest. There are 97,000 shares available. Ah, so even this late breaking one, 1465, because I had to take out yesterday's high, for it to trigger in from my watch list. This is what? Whoa, is this over 10 now? ONDS? No. Okay. Did you get over 10? This is one to watch tomorrow. Again, I think ONDS. Yeah, if it can take out 10 somehow, it tried. It tried ONDS because look at the high of 5 months ago is 10. If it can take that out, then it's got a shot into the 13 level. LSEG. I have no data on LSEG. It's not a symbol that Interactive Brokers recognizes. So are you sure? Wow, look at DATS. I'm not in DATS. Yeah, so I have no symbol. Oh, I can't help you. I can't help you for anything on the London Exchange. Sorry, have no data on that. Yeah, I just didn't take the DATS this time. I just didn't take it. I, it was a nice. It was probably on a 16 break. Looking at but just so much going on for me. Make sure you're not in a low float situation in one of them in stock, as you well know. Just one moment, please. All right. Watching the pulse, guys. I mean, it's coming right back up. It's coming right back up. I'm not in it anymore, but you know, I'm going to be interested again if it gets over 10. But that's not this. I'm not telling anybody to take this if it gets over 10. But that was a big pullback, and now, you know, 10, that magic number, and there's 1175 right up there. What a day. Almost got down to 8 on the pullback. Not quite. Look at the volume coming in. See, you had decreasing volume on the way down. Now there's interest again. Look at the volume coming in. Oh, guys, I got out of the full flat. I'm looking for a lot more. Watching pulp really closely here. It popped over 10, came right back down. Not on my charts, no, GLK. Whew, Mr. Real. I'm continuing to watch the pulse. I want to see it take out that 10 again with some oomph. So far it is not. Okay, so RGS now showed up as a short in the option scanner. Okay, now that has actually more, because if you look left, next low looking left is 364, but you know, I usually shy away. If it shows up long and short in my option scanner, I usually shy away from it. See, pop popped up earlier. I know we know that. See, pop. All right, guys, Paul back over 10, briefly anyway. CEI. Let's take a look at CEI. Wow. Such a big, big, big float. Well, that was something I traded in the pre-market. Go ahead. So just triggered on my, I mean, I'm not looking at it now, but you know, in the pre-market I traded it. I just want to see if this pulp can get back over 10 with any authority. I'm just looking at the DATs. It's moving higher. Whew, 11:35. So I'll be taking a break in about 25 minutes. Okay, guys. Again, I mentioned this one. Well, I may not. I mean, it's probably coming back a little too much now. This ONDS though, I have my alert set up here over. I guess I must have erased it over 10, but it tried, but it's pulling back too much now. I'm not talking about for today. You know, if it could break out over 10 though, tomorrow, look at all the room it's got. Wow, that's just made another new high. Just seeing if it can pull Pelt along. It's about 11 million, Zach. I know our provider doesn't have it, but it is about 11 million in the float. All right, a pretty big fade now for Palt, so I'm going to have to just, well, it's not moving with DATS now. DATS is moving higher, Palt is moving lower, so right now anyway. Let's take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing. Okay, so what's the market doing? So you see what's happened with tech? Remember, tech was up quite a bit this morning, but look at tech. It's like 41, like 59% of the stocks in the tech sector are down. In that make up XLK. Look at communications, the same sort of thing. The big tech players here. So financials, consumer staples. That's the best sector right now. 97% are up for the day. Healthcare, 93% up for the day. And it's about 50-50 for energy. So you can see why NASDAQ is fading. Technology and communications. Any plans for daily strength alerts? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're talking about the strength alerts, I don't trade them typically because they're more longer term trades. So I'm not sure I know what you mean by any plans for daily strength alerts. This is somebody from our YouTube room. So those are longer term trades. I'm more interested in, I don't even know what they are this week, to be honest. Let's take a look. All right, so yeah, so I don't trade them. Okay, I just don't trade them. These strength alerts. First of all, I should mention them. If you're a subscriber, either standard or premium, you have just go to the strength alerts channel, and here they are. They get updated once a week. I guess Monday. I don't know when you get them. It's either Monday morning. Of course, you can look at them, or if you're not a subscriber at all to Trade Ideas, this is a $17 a month product. I'll just put the link in. It's a real entry level. And if you click on the link, you'll see what happens. You see what happens. Does it make sense? You see what it's all about. And it's all laid out. It's kind of gives you an idea of what an entry and what a stop should be. Okay, so how you trade them will be up to you. Well, you're not going to get daily alerts. It's only going to be once a week. Okay? Okay? So, well, daily alerts, I mean, you could take these are pretty good daily alerts just from my option scanner, as an example, but it's not going to be sent out to you. Okay, well, before you take the test drive, you should, in my opinion, anyway, I don't know if you've done this already, but just take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? At least it'll tell you about top lists and alert windows and all of the basic features of Trade Ideas, okay? Oh, Palt is getting interesting again, guys. Well, maybe they're going to flee DATS and get into Palt. Yes, great short, obviously, for DATS. What the heck is M? EM. Smart Global Limited. I've never seen this one. Is that a China stock? Well, that was interesting action on the Pult. I don't know if I can believe it. It popped up to 1040. Yeah. I think it popped up to 1040 and then it retraced. So let's see if it does it again. Oh, this Pult is it's crazy trading right now. What a game this is for Pult, guys. So look what it did. I mean, it had that pop up to 1049. It pulled right back down. All right, the 1021 again, real. I know you know this, but well, guys, listen, you're on your own trading this Pult. I mean, it is wild and crazy. It is a Steve Martin. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys, there it goes. It goes. Wow. Come on, Zach, don't short Pult. I love it. Pult halt. Oh my goodness. It resumed. Well, it halted. What? I'm sorry. I'm looking way back. It's not halt. It's not halted. I'm looking back. That happened at 11:05 and then 11:10. So it's. So I guess that little brief blip through 11:40 actually meant something, or 10:40 actually meant something, even though it pulled back, and then the magnet and just exploded. Oh, guys, I mean, this is what a now. What's DATS doing? DATS has come back. So okay, Zach shorted it, but it is moving back down up. So I'm sure he's covered some, or if not all. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, we have here. Again, I don't know. This is where it started trading as Pult. It may have been another symbol before. I don't really care. I mean, this is just extraordinary. Oh, I can't even hear her. Is she meowing in the background? It is Steve today. He just emailed me, so or messaged me. It is Steve today in our YouTube room. Oh, you better. You should be glad, and that it does not have shorts. I don't know where you would have started shorting it. Wow. I wonder what my stock of the day video is going to be today. RGS, yeah, right. All right, guys. So it is 11:52. I have a confirmation yet. Steve will be in the room, YouTube room, when I take my break. So I'm going to put the link in just before I go, about 5 minutes or so. I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there while I'm on my break. Oh, this is ELVT. ELVT. Is this on the way up or down? Okay, a little break here. ELVT out of consolidation on the 5-minute chart. What's the float? Here it goes, guys. I mean, 22 million in the float, starting to move. Now, take a look left. What do we see? 410 is the high last month, and 410 the month before that. So it's got to get through that. If it can somehow make its way through that, then 479. Thank you, PJ. I was wondering if somebody got that. I never know. So MIRM just got halted for news. MIRM just got halted for news. I still think it's a race today between Pelt and DATS to see who finishes higher. I know it sounds crazy. DATS is at 1749 and Pelt is at 1215. But, you know, we could get the big pullback in DATS. It's just the float I'm looking at. Pelt's float is a third of DATS's float. Okay, Mika, M-E-K-A, just opened. This is an IPO, I guess, today. No, it's a blank check. Okay, so it's a SPAC. It opened, that's interesting. It opened way over 10. Go! Sorry, Zach. Sorry, Zach. I know you're short this, but sorry, Zach. I'm sure he'll be fine. Yes, I think we can all prosper. Oh yeah, I mentioned Palt yesterday many, 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 many times as a sympathy play for DATS. Well, chat. I mean, that's yeah, chat, chat, chat. Oh my God, good, 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 goodness. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. I'm going to take a break, take a breather. Yeah, it was a halt for MIRM for news. It's a news halt. And these are the headlines I love from Benzinga. Not seeing any company specific news to justify the price action in this low float stock. It's oh yeah, it depends where your entry is. I mean, you can't chase it now. I mean, it's phenomenal though, just phenomenal. Just waiting for Steve to show up. He's probably going to be here in about 30 seconds. Not here, but in the YouTube room. If he's not there already, what time is it? It's hard to know. I mean, listen, with such a low float and such enthusiasm, I mean, it depends where you took it. I mean, you could, maybe the low of that 2 minute candle, things like that. But I mean, you've got to be very, very nimble in trading something like this. Okay? Probably fewer shares, wider stops because it's very whippy, but come on, Steve, where are you? It's noon. Get in there. That's why, I'm never going to say, guys, you should take this trade because it's so, I mean, that vote, you've got to pay so much attention. This could drop a dollar in a second. It's not for everybody, but I've got to talk about it because it's wildly exciting. Okay, Steve, there you are. 3, 2, 1, you're in. Okay. All right, guys, I'm on my break now. We'll see you at around 12:50 or so. Have a good time, Steve. All right.
All right, looks like you see my desktop. Let's just wait for the delay and see if I hear my voice, and then I'll know I'm good. And I'm good. All right, sounds like Barry was ready for his smoothie. I don't blame him. Barry does a very good job at doing this day in and day out. I'm exhausted after just 1 hour. He's finding all the good day trading stuff. Got a text last night from my stepmom that my cousin works for AMPL and they just went public. Good for them. She's probably got at least 3 months of lockout period before she could sell any shares if she wanted to. So here we are on another Wednesday, giving Barry a break. Well-deserved break again, as I said. And I'm here to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm not doing a whole lot in my personal account. I'm a swing trader, and I haven't really seen a lot of great setups. There have been a couple. I'm no longer in Ride, but Ride was the trade of the week last week. We had a couple of good days of momentum. But we are consolidating very curiously above my favorite moving average right here. So Ride from 2 weeks ago, trade of the week, might be one to keep an eye on if it holds these levels here. And the trade of the week this week got off to a great start. I scalped this one. Was in quickly and didn't really care for that big reversal we had at the end of the day because I figured was probably due for a couple days of pullback. And so now we've pulled back perfectly right into the moving averages where we would expect, right on the open there, where we would expect buyers to come back in. And so this trade is still very much alive if you're in it. Oops. But other than that, I'm not doing a whole lot. I'm watching, as I mentioned on Monday's webinar with Jamie. Maybe you were there, maybe you weren't. Trying to bring up a chart here. There we go. I talked on Monday in Jamie's webinar about the process of the break and then the recovery. But the recovery in the NASDAQ, and we'll look at the SPYs in a second, was still very much under what I call the armpit, on the underside of these rolling over moving averages. And that's usually a bit of a headwind for stocks and indexes. And as we go back and look at the S&P, We see the clockwork at which the 50-day moving average has held. And then we broke that 50-day moving average only to be able to come up underneath it and be kind of stymied on the underside, on the underbelly of the 50 moving average. And so again, I said, 2 days ago, looking like that, I said, well, I'm not really bullish here. The only thing that would get me bullish is if we consolidate and move higher up out of these moving averages back into clean air. Because otherwise, if we don't, the armpit might get a hold of the price and slam it back down. And that's kind of what happened yesterday. And today is just kind of shaking its head, trying to figure out what the hell happened yesterday. We'll see where we go. We'll see where we close. But market is, it's under pressure a little bit out there in the bigger picture. But don't tell that to stocks like Tesla. A couple of nice big moves higher in Tesla. The bellwether of the market really is Apple. And Apple looks very similar to what was happening in the indexes that I just talked about. Respectively, Apple tried to hold there its 50-day moving average as support, broke it, only to climb back up underneath it in its own armpit, and it's popping back down again. So keep an eye on Apple. I know a lot of the energy names have been performing pretty well. There's the U.S. oil, the commodity itself. Anyway, let's look over here at the questions panel and see what you guys would like to talk about. Any charts you want to look at, anything you need help demonstrating on the Trade Ideas platform. That's really the purpose of this period each day. And by the way, sometimes you've heard Chris Varley come in and fill in for some of us. And he's kind of going to break out and do a whole new session on his own. If you're not aware of it, 3:30 Eastern, he will come in and start talking about whatever you want to talk about. Stocks, trade ideas, scans, back testing, auto trading. But he's going to start doing that again, or I should say regularly, every day at 3:30 and go for about an hour, maybe to 4:30. So again, another portal with which you guys can pull up a chair and have access to some good visual demonstrations, because getting an email saying somebody needs to call me because I don't understand how to use this platform, it doesn't really work. We can't really do that kind of stuff by telephone. It's much better if we can show you visually what it is and have a little back and forth. All right, let's see. Hello, Iris. Hello, Jacques. KR, hello. How is PALT a sympathy play to DATS? Barry was mentioning that. Well, I'm going to have to reconstruct it and find out. I saw those two names. I'm not quite sure where he found those names. I've got his alert down here, his options strategy, then in green. I didn't see either one of those names on there, so let's take a look. So what we would do is we'd pull up the name and we'd say, wow, definitely behaving like a low floater. 3 million shares in circulation is nothing. Well, what we want to do to see where the similarity is let's go up here to our tabs. News, no. Profile, okay. Profile, information, publishing industries. Engages in the development of communication software to enhance security. So communication software security and privacy for multimedia. Solutions include blockchain. There's a keyword. Blockchain strategy consulting, blockchain implementation. Okay, so secure blockchain communications. That's what PALT seems to do. And the other one was DATS. And I know, let's just go right here to start with. I know we have a blank value there for float. And we contacted our data provider. They're looking into it to see why that showed up as null. But in that particular case, you can always go to Google Finance or Yahoo Finance and try and pull it up yourself if, on the rare occasion, something that we don't have doesn't fill in there. So I'm assuming this one is also a pretty low floater. But let's take a look at the profile, and that might give us the answer. Okay, we don't have a profile either. Electronic precision repair and maintenance. So our little single stock window here on DATS, and again, we are downstream from our data provider that we subscribe to and pay money to. And I think I saw a correspondence from them yesterday apologizing for the holes in some of the data points here on DATS. So I guess we can only assume that it's very similar to PALT in communication, security, things like that. Let's go to similar. It's something you can also do. Similar tab. And similar will give us, look at that, on similar, it's also telling us, oh, there's DATS there itself. I don't know if PALT is even on here. Let's see if that's the case. PALT. Let's sort by, no, it's not in there in alphabetical search. So our similar tab didn't pick it up. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to really elaborate too much more than you were able to get from Barry on the similarities between those two. You're always free to ask him when he comes back in, or maybe somebody else knows. The only thing I heard him talking about was that they both had a pretty similar low float. But other than that, I don't know. All right. Costa Madrid. What do you think about BEKE? I don't mind these questions at all. It's always fun to look at charts and see what you guys are looking at and give you my unbiased opinion. So, BEKE looks like a lot of other charts that have been in a bad downtrend for the last few months. Again, you know, what's been driving the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ higher? Oh, your Apples, your Amazons, your Tesla, your Netflix, your Googles, things like that seem to make up 20% of the weighting of the S&P 500 just in those 5 symbols alone. So it creates kind of a false narrative when we see the markets going to all-time highs. What they really mean is the billion-dollar fund managers and 401k people, they're just moving money into the big, well-known tech stocks. And that doesn't always help us when we're trying to find individual names and outperform the market based on individual names. All we have to go on is the footprints in the sand. So what I was saying is a lot of charts look like this lately. You know, especially, geez, the last two that we talked about, trade of the week, Ride has been in a bad downtrend, and also AHT has been in a bad downtrend. Before I forget, I also want to talk about Hood, which is a relatively new issue, but I really, really like the way this is shaping up, and I promise I'll get back to that BEKE in a second. But what do I like about this? So here's the initial euphoria of the public offering, and then all the profit taking and exit strategies, the executives and the people who have been waiting to cash out, taking their money. But what happened here was a break from the chains. It broke above the 20-day moving average, closed above, and a series of little dojis. Open, pretty much close where they open. And when I see this, I've literally coined this look right here on a chart, a bird in the hand, okay? The bird is now not under the hand, but it's resting in your palm, resting above the moving averages, and it's really just kind of waiting for a moment to take flight, and sometimes that moment can just come like a starting gun. You don't even realize it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go back to that roughly high yesterday, and we're going to right click, and we're going to turn this into an alert. And I'm just going to say breakout, question mark. And now that blue line will serve as a real-time trigger for me. If Robinhood wants to break back above that blue line, I think that could be the moment that this bird in the hand pattern takes flight. I'm really liking that one a lot, and I will participate in that if that blue line goes off. Back to the question before I took a couple detours. So what I'm waiting to see on these types of charts is a break back above the oppressive moving averages. And, you know, we can go back here and we can see that this thing actually was looking pretty darn good there. That was looking like it had a shot. But the issue with a lot of these charts is this blue line, this declining 50-day moving average seems to really be showing up. I mentioned it earlier, you know, in the S&P and the Qs. It was holding support and it broke the 50, and now it's underneath that 50, and it's kind of become a bellwether of health. and has turned the market into a guilty until proven innocent. So if we fast forward back here, we lost our price action again when the price came back and closed below these moving averages. There's nothing wrong with taking a shot right back there. I would have done it if I was looking for something like that. But the moment it closed right there, the moment it got back down and closed below its moving averages, it's kind of losing its luster. Well, we got to fast forward a little bit. It's coming back up to challenge. All right, broke through that first one. And here we can see it broke through today on the 20-day moving average, but has been immediately sold right back off again. And it's almost like there's forces trying to keep the price from closing back above these moving averages. But let's assume that it does. That's okay. That's a good thing. But what I see and what I've really been getting at here is just this looming 50-day moving average. It has so much to say about these stocks in a downtrend. When they try and base and break the downtrend back up, they just get caught up into this 50-day moving average. And I'm sure we'll see a few examples of this through the hour as I go through and look at charts for you guys, where I can point out that if these things do have any bounce in them, they might be short-lived, because the minute they hit this declining 50-day moving average, I can tell you there's a lot of quant funds and algorithms and short sellers and whoever that are ready to commit capital and start putting some sells on again there. So that's going to be your real trick to watch. Get above this red line 20 and close above that, and then the very next hurdle is going to be right staring you in the face, right around 20 bucks. Can that 50-day moving average hold? And that will be the big test. Let's see, if I go through like a lot of these old stuff, things I've had on my watch list, I bet that there might be a few on here. Let's see, meaning a few that have played the game of the 10. Well, that one didn't, the 50, excuse me, that one didn't get close. That's not going to work. Well, I will find some throughout the day. Here's this POWW, a stock that was once interesting back here, no longer became interesting, and every time it tries to get above its 50-day moving average, it just can't get anything going. All right, here's Blink, charging system, bounced right into the 50, got slammed back here on the 50, bounced back into the 50, So a couple of examples quickly of how much I give credit to that declining 50-day moving average. Again, it's just kind of a simple barometer of health. Here is the trade of the week, and the trade of the week was coming out of the 50. It was breaking above the 50 and holding. Now it's returning to the scene of the crime, and hopefully the buyers will step in there and hold that. But yeah, silver is a great example right there. Tried to break its downtrend. Where did the sellers come right back in? Pretty much right on the head, right on the screws at the 50-day declining moving average. So that declining blue line 50 really sets up a lot of work for these things to try and get back above, because once they've done so, it's very hard. There's another one, FSM, got hung up in the 50-day there, and it got slammed right back down. So all of these words I'm saying predicated off the question of what do you think of BEKE, and the first thing I see is this declining 50, so you're going to have some issues with that. All right, that's all I've got for that one. Okay, so I just realized, yes, you're telling me it's one of the AI plays today. Let's look at the intraday. This is what I talk about every single week. For some of you, I know it's old hat, but for some of you newer guys and girls, this is what I talk about in managing our own trade, not letting the AI tell us when to get out. Let the AI tell us when to get in, and you become the manager of the trade. See, on this BKE, the AI has got the suggested stop way down here at 1748. What I've been preaching every week is to use the 10 simple moving average on a 15-minute chart, and this becomes your signal line of risk management. Ideally, we should have bounced right there and kept the momentum going, kept the party going. But where this simple risk management method that I use comes into play is oftentimes just simply saving us heartache, headache, spiritual ache, emotional ache, giving us opportunity cost to move on and find something that is working rather than using our mental energy to babysit and hope and pray that what we're in is going to turn around and move higher. What do I mean by that? Let's look at this thing a little closer. If you're managing an AI trade, what I usually say is any candle that closes below the rising 10 SMA, that closing candle becomes your signal to get out and becomes your warning that the momentum is dying. Well, in this particular case, I would have given that BEKE one more candle because it kind of popped off lows and closed right at. But again, this is where you have zero tolerance, and this is where you need the buyers to step in and the sellers to abate and bounce off that like a springboard and continue the momentum. So in this one, in hindsight, I would have given it one more candle. And I would have said, okay, well, we just closed. This is a definitively closed 15-minute candle, which is now definitively under the rising 10 SMA. The best you could probably do there in that particular scenario was get out for a flat, because it looks to be roughly right where the entry was. Now, if we had done that, and if we do that on every future risk management decision tree process, what did that save us? It saved us a little more money, a little more heartache, a little more attention, and now we're just starting to get pissed that we didn't get out sooner. So every week I just try to preach this signal candle on a 15-minute chart is the one that tells you it's time to rip the band-aid off. It's time to quietly get up and head for the exit door before the rest of the theater figures out there's a fire. And when you do that, more often than not, you will save yourself money. You will save yourself spiritual capital, emotional capital, focus capital. You can move on to something else rather than sit here and just wait for this thing. So, broken record every week. This is what I like to preach. Yeah, Jeff uses the 8 EMA, and I'll tell you, they're pretty close. They're pretty close. I'm an old school dinosaur. I've been trading since mid-90s, and I just discovered long time ago that on the 15-minute time frame, the 10 simple moving average just seems to give me a little better correlation to what I was just talking about in terms of where you expect the buyers to show up and when you start to notice the momentum waning. It's just preference, and there's nothing wrong with using the EMA. And for those that don't know, EMA is exponential moving average, which would take the 10. If I did a 10 EMA instead of an SMA, it would give a little bit more weighting to the last 2 or 3 candles, and that's really the only difference. But to answer your question, I'm stubborn. I haven't seen a reason to change away. I've looked at the 8 EMA. I've looked at the 13 EMA. The 8 EMA really is close enough, really, for me. The 10 SMA, they're pretty much in the same building. But I'm just stubborn like that. I refuse to change. And I just seem to have noticed more correlations in the 15-minute time frame. Some people ask me, does it work well on the 5-minute? It does, but not as well as the 15. And that's why I don't even use a 5-minute chart anymore, which is a good segue to the question, do you post swing trades? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I just, go about my business. But if you got, the trade of the week is really the posting of a swing trade that I'm participating in general. Occasionally I might pop something out there on social media, but I haven't been that active, quite honestly, in the last few weeks. I've just been kind of spinning, treading water. And Andy has pivoted to a lot more day trading, but I think he's had a couple good ones and a couple not so good ones over there as well. So I just kind of wait for my pitch, wait for what I like to see, and I'm just not seeing a whole lot that I like right now in general. Again, I'll take you back to the general mood of the market, the S&P 500. That's on the 15. Let's try that a little better. The fact that we just couldn't resolve up here the general health of the market, the 50-day moving average. We got slammed back down yesterday. I'm just not in a buying mood. It seems like when the market does something like this yesterday, if you are long some things, they go down 7, 8, 9%. And then when the market's only down 1% or 2%. So let's see. So yeah, I don't do day trading. Vivek and Jeff, yeah, the 8 SMA. Why do I prefer the 10? Yeah, there's not much of a difference. Just to rehash, it's just dogma. Oh my God, the Qs went to lows. Uh-oh, what's going on here? No, the Nasdaq's trying to take out yesterday's lows. Okay, so ideally, if we want to use that 15-minute moving average, yeah. I know I set an alert for that. Notice yesterday how the selling came in and the 10 SMA really threw the price back down to a fresh low. Got a little sloppy here, but then once this thing flattens out, it's very hard to say this is a momentum indicator. But if I was long and looking for a bounce and was a dip buyer, really wanted this to hold right here. Really needed this to hold. So when we fast forward into now and see that that broke, well, if we use that as a signal candle, again, that the buyers are kind of losing momentum, even though it's going sideways, I prefer to use that when it's trending. Well, it's been almost an hour now, and the price has gotten nothing but worse. So just an intraday observation there. I currently do not have any swings going. I'm, as I said, I'm wanting to participate in Robinhood. If it does, in fact, break out, all right, you can see that blue line there. I've turned my idea into an actionable alert at 45.79. Don't anticipate that triggering if the Nasdaq keeps going to lows, but at some point, this nice consolidation, if it works itself out, I will get a nice price alert just like that I can't miss, and I can say, okay, do I want to log in? Do I want to make the trade, or do I want to take a look at the market and see what it's doing? And I'll go through my little list of checkoffs to see, do I really want to be involved in this? So that's really the only thing I'm stalking right now is Robinhood. Again, I took a little bit of money out of the trade of the week this week, AHT. I didn't like the way it was ready. That big wick right there. After 5 days of green candles and you see that topping tail, more often than not, you almost have to expect the 2 or 3 days coming that are going to be consolidation give back days. So I didn't stick around. And it seems like my swing trading that worked really well for 2 and 3 day holds barely work for even a day and a half now. It's very hard to get momentum in one direction. I mean, we look at this AHT, it broke out and it lasted all of pretty much a half of a day and then gave it back. So it's very hard to get a lot of candles going in one direction. So with that being said, you've got to be very contrarian in your thinking. If you're stalking certain trades and you can't find a setup like Robinhood where it's giving us a nice defined range here, we're not chasing anything. There's no chase about this. But the trade of the week a few weeks ago, which did very well for me, DSX, at some point after 4 or 5 candles, you just have to expect the give back. It's just very hard to get things to go in one direction for too long. This is probably still a great concept trade. This is a shipping company, and we all know what's going on in shipping. Hey, maybe this thing bounces off this low today and kind of holds up and it's back above all its moving averages. This thing could very well be back in play. But it's hard to get things to go in the same direction for longer than a few days recently. All right, Pamela, will you confirm 15-minute you are looking at the 10 SMA above and below the 50 SMA? Okay, so I think I know what you're talking about. On my 15-minute chart, you'll notice that I've got 2 lines. And that blue line is not to be confused with the blue line on my daily. Here's a good example right here. I guess. So we've talked about the 10 SMA. Well, what is this blue line up here? It's not a 50 SMA. It's a 5-day rolling moving average, and I'm viewing it through the lens of my 15-minute chart. Look back here how it was acting as resistance, 5-day moving average, and then it fell through and it became support for the most part. Well, now we're way below that thing again. So to answer your question, it's a good observation that you asked me there, Pamela. And I will do this because I always do share things with people. I'm going to just right-click. Let's just do this. Zoom that in, get it all set. Right-click, save and share. So I can save my actual settings with you. My 15-minute chart, and then there's the cloud code. Now anybody can just save and copy that cloud link and go over there and open load from the cloud, and you'll have a 15-minute chart, and you can put whatever you want on it. So let's get back to this 5-day rolling, see if we can find some good examples here. Apple was hugging that 5-day. Apple back here bounced up and found selling at the 5-day. Tried to find some support there. So it really is nothing more than just a level of interest. It's a level of interest to say, okay, let's pause here and take a look. What's happening is, does it look like the buyers are trying to hold it up at this level, or does it look like the sellers are trying to come in and sell that level? And the way in which I've drawn it, because it sounds a little convoluted the way I am discussing it, how do you get a 5-day moving average on a 15-minute chart? Well, here's the trick. You go to indicators and you add a simple moving average. There's my 10, okay? But 130. Why is it 130? It's 130 because if I took 130 15-minute candles, I could divide it into 5 days perfectly. So 5 days of 15-minute candles works out to be 130 candles. So that way it allows me to smooth out. I mean, some people will actually draw a 5-day moving average on their daily, but I find it much more valuable to look at it through the prism of a 15-minute chart. I mean, let's just look at some examples and see if we can find some examples of the 5-day coming into play. Just random thoughts here. All right, Tesla. Look at Tesla going back a few days. Okay, got underneath it, came back up. The seller said, nope, don't get too close to that 5-day. We're going to sell you. And then it reclaimed the 5-day, held it, gapped down, found support at the 5-day moving average. Yesterday got close but didn't find it. Today, if it keeps selling off, I would expect the buyers to maybe come back in and try and defend these. They're just, again, a waypoint, a short-term level of interest that can be looked at. Let's look at some of the other big names and see if anything shows up on the 5-day. What we could see back here was having a hard time getting back above. It got a little sloppy down there for the most part. Somebody's asking, can I think of a scan for shorts? This is interesting on the 5-day, how it popped right back up and the sellers found it. Support right there on the prior day. So it becomes kind of a rolling pivot line for me. Well, for shorts, it opens up a whole new can of worms. There's 2 ways to short. The first way is the wrong way, which is the way you wait for the selling to increase and it makes you feel comfortable and you jump in and it's called shorting in the hole. Okay, shorting in the hole would be waiting for the NASDAQ, the Qs here, to break down yesterday and close below. And the minute it closed below, you want to go short right there. And I'm saying don't do that. Momentum shorting doesn't work. The really only best way to short a stock is to fade it, is to go the opposite direction of it. Like up here, somebody was really thinking short the market, bounced up into the armpit I talked about. That's where you want to try and, put on your shorts, because shorting in the hole, and we're entering another situation right here where somebody who's super bearish and they're like, oh man, just give me one more new low tick in these Qs and I'm shorting them. Well, the market has a really strange and annoying way of taking out prior low levels and then bouncing right back up into play and messing with the shorts. Doesn't work well. So in that respect, what would work well? Well, let's see, that's something that might come to mind here. Let me take what we call the pullback above the 50 SMA. So this is a scan that shows you all the stocks that have pulled back, but they're still above their 50 SMA. It doesn't mean they're at it or on it, but these are pullback stocks to key moving averages. So something like this, right? I don't think I'd short that DLO. It's probably going to maybe want to hold on and be purchased and bought and supported at that 50-day moving average. But here's what we can do. Let's duplicate this window and let's turn it upside down. We'll configure the duplicate window and we'll go right here to flip. And that one simple button inverts all the filters we need and saves us the brain surgery of trying to invert all that. Now we have a whole different list of things that have probably bounced up. Oh my God, there's the first one right there. And this is a great summary. Thank you, Iris, for bringing this up. What was I just talking about a minute ago? All these stocks that are in downtrends that good luck getting above your 50. Would have been a great short right there, right? Shorting in the hole down here. Okay, everybody, option number one to go short, waiting for it to break new lows. That didn't work out real well. But waiting for your pitch, waiting with the bat on your shoulder, waiting, and all of a sudden, hey, look at that. Popped up and through and closed back below the 50. Well, is that what this is trying to do again today? It popped up through and it's now back below the daily 50. If I was really in the mood to want to short something, this is very interesting. And it's the very first one that came up. And again, all we did was flip a scan that was looking for pullbacks to the 50 and found something that bounced up into the 50. So this would be a bounce to the 50. So let's do this real quick. Let's just go ahead and rename this. Bounce up. We'll just call it bounce up and fade short. Be the name of the scan. So let's take a look at the next one. Interesting. It's coming out of a nice long base, but I wouldn't be buying this thing here because I'm certainly scared of, as I mentioned earlier, this moving average coming down where the sellers are probably going to pile on. So Iris, what we're doing here is we're trying to avoid shorting momentum and getting bounced out for a loss. We're trying to anticipate the bigger trend and wait for the perfect timing of the jump rope up in the air where we can step in and get hopefully a much better entry. That's okay. This one just popped up too. Oh boy, how about that for timing, right? BEKE, the one we were talking about, the one that AI said go long earlier, the one that I said would have been a good one to get out on this candle right here, and it continues to go lower. Well, our little scan that we just created from Iris's question, what's the best way to short? And as again, I'm saying, don't short new lows. Wait for 4 or 5 days of up bounce as it gets close to a 50. And lo and behold, the stock actually showed up in real time on the scan as we talk about it. What's this one all about? Not as pretty. Interesting. I'd prefer to see that first one that we looked at where it popped right up into it. I can't remember the name now because it looks like it may have popped out. So this is the kind of mentality you want if we're looking for shorts. Now in this case, this thing bounced up only into the 10-period moving average, the 10-day moving average, just nowhere near that 50. So it's going to give you a bunch of different looks. This one is jumbled up into all the moving averages after a couple green days. Probably going to run right out of steam right here. This is the mentality you want to have in this market for shorting things. You don't want to short in the hole. You don't want to chase red ticks. You want to wait for them to bounce back up into a level where it looks like they're running out of steam. And this particular scan just might do it for us. Is this the one I liked? Yeah, this was the one I liked. ALDX just popped up again. Very definitive downtrend. Before I share this, again, just to rehash, shorting in the hole, chasing new lows doesn't work. Waiting for the bounce at key levels, not a whole lot of pain if you're willing to sit short for a few days of something. All right, so I'll share this out. And what did we call it? We called it bounce up and fade short. So hopefully you guys all see what I'm saying there. Don't chase red ticks. The buyers are going to bounce you out and frustrate you. Be the one who's anticipating ahead of the curve. If you're the one who's anticipating before the herd makes their move, you're going to do a lot better. If you're just going to wait for confirmation and chase what the herd is doing, you're going to get just, what's the word I'm looking for? You're just going to get bounced around. You're going to get shaken. You're going to get punched. You're going to get viciously thrown around. It really is. It's the same concept that I do as a swing trader, trying to buy consolidation and look for an up move. In this case, we're just fading the up move and waiting. Let's see. I'm gonna do one more thing here. Thank you. Yes, hammered, trampled, God smacked, whipped, pistol whipped, bitch slapped. I guess I'll end on that one. So let's take that concept, because I've got another scan that is called pullback above the 20. And this one is kind of similar, but not quite. So if we look at the one, these are all things that are pulling back to the 20, pulled back to the 20. What pulled back to the 20 in an uptrend? We'd be buying these pullbacks to the 20s. That's why this scan is a bullish scan. But what if we duplicate it and flip it? What would we get for possible short sells? We get 4 to look at, okay? That one bounced up, not really bad. It's pretty ugly too. That one's interesting, okay? Big dip off of the low there. Lasted 2 or 3 days below that prior low. Bounced up. Probably all the short sellers that shorted down here have had to cover and are upset. 2 or 3 days of run, and now the 20-day moving average has got a hold of it. This could be a very interesting swing short. HPE. TTMI, that's also kind of interesting too. Although it's very, very much sold off. But it bounced right into why I use these moving averages. And I can use them for the long side to buy, or we can flip it upside down and use it for bounces to short back into. All right, so hopefully, yeah, so let's see. Well, I'm going to do, okay, so what I'll do there, Pamela, I'll let you invert it and flip it yourself. So here's the pullback above the 20. These are the long versions. And you can take that and flip it upside down however you like. So I'll give you the copy of this one in the long version. But remember, all you got to do is go to configure and flip, and that will invert everything for you. We put those back to bed. Okay, so pull back to the 20. And there is the cloud code for that one. What's our market doing? Took out yesterday's lows. That's why I put that price alert in there, just to let me know, hey, we took out yesterday's lows. Are we going to bounce back up, or are we going to follow through? Okay, isn't it better to short stocks that are expensive in price rather than those that are 12 or half? I don't know if that's the case. I don't really think about price. I just think about pattern. What I do know on the long side is when we had a lot of fun last summer and last fall, when the EV stocks were ripping, the battery power, the electric vehicles, all sorts of stuff was fun in the over-the-counter small cap world. When something's $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $10, they tend to have bigger moves. And so I think that's true on the upside. We can get bigger percentage moves. It's so much easier to get a $5 stock to move 20% than it is to get Apple to move 20%. And so if we're flipping that concept, as you're asking me, shouldn't we be shorting higher price stocks? I think in the end, it all just comes down to the pattern and the potential. The potential for Apple to fall 5% would be enormous. That would be a huge move. You just don't see Apple drop 5% in a day. But you might see a stock under $50 that's kind of struggling. They could easily drop 5% in a day. So I wouldn't necessarily agree with that concept of price. I think it just all goes back to the fact you can get bigger percentage moves out of lower price stocks. And that works on the upside or the downside. That's assuming I read your question correctly there, Iris. Am I live every day? No, I'm live every Wednesday here. Um, I may or may not, I don't know, there's been some talk about me maybe doing like a 3-minute segment toward the last hour of the day. What would I do today? I would come in today and I would say, okay, guys, this is the one you want to watch going into the close. Robinhood. Here's why I like it. I've set my price alert here. If it goes today, I'll probably buy it. If it goes tomorrow, I'll probably buy it. But I'm looking to start doing some more real-time single stock ideas, and I would be doing those at the end of the day. And I'm not intending to do it every day. I might pick a couple days of the week or even just pop in if something needs to be put out there. But in terms of, catching me regularly, you'll catch me regularly here on Wednesdays at noon Eastern. I will also do the trade of the week, which is every other Tuesday. We didn't do it yesterday, so I will be doing it next Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. I also help Jamie on the Monday afternoon webinar, but it's mostly his show. So, the unfettered, what do you want to talk about stuff is usually best to show up here on a Wednesday, and we can look at things together. But like I said, soon I do hope to start maybe doing some end of day, last hour single stock idea. Here's my trigger price. Here's my reasoning for it. This is good for the next 24 hours. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. So I might start doing some of that. I think people would like that, Pamela. I agree. Okay, so I put the wrong link. Now, I put the link for the 20-day pullback scanner, and somebody's telling me they don't think it's the right one. So let me bring that up. There it is. So this is the pullback above the 20. Let me save and share that. We'll try that again. I wonder why that link didn't work. That was weird. Share TrendSpider. Huh. That was a weird link that was popped in there, wasn't it? Let's look at the new one. www Cloud Ideas. Yeah, so that one should work. Thank you for the few of you that pointed that out. All right. Okay. So, was that Fiverr? Fiverr International. Not a very clean chart. It really blew through its moving averages there, and I didn't really see a reason as to why why that would have been the peak. I don't know what I would do. I certainly wouldn't short this chart, Iris. Why would I not short this chart? Because I'm just begging for a bounce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candle days. Feels like it's safe to short, but more than likely after 5 red days, it's going to want to reverse course on you. So that's why I'm trying to open people's eyes to think about fading, waiting for that pitch, and not chasing numerous directional candles and hoping it's going to keep going in the same direction. I don't know how the hell I got a TrendSpider link in there. That's really weird. Let me click on it and see where it takes me. How the heck did I get that in my clipboard? What is TrendSpider doing now? Some sort of evil secret clipboard copy? I'm just kidding. Okay, so yeah, good feedback. Keep an eye out for last hour trade idea, and and it has to be the last hour because that's where I see a lot of things set up for swing trading. I've told you guys a lot. I make a lot of my decisions, especially entry and exit decisions, at the end of the day. If a stock is closing and it looks like it's consolidated perfectly, and I almost feel like in the back of my mind, man, if I don't buy this thing before the close, I bet it gaps up 1% and runs another 3% in the first 3 minutes tomorrow, and then you just stand there with a deer in a headlight not wanting to chase, and rightfully so. It's never a good idea to chase. So a lot of times I will take a swing trade entry long or short. I mean, we could go back to that one that you thankfully you called out for me again there. ALDX. If I'm thinking I want to find something short and going into the end of the day, if this thing looks exactly like it does right there at the end of the day, I would probably take that trade because I would be afraid that tomorrow it gaps down and I don't chase it. So that's why the last hour is my concept for, maybe doing a quick 3 to 5 minute video and having the guys quickly edit it and pop it up and get it up there, and we can tweet about it and post it while there's still time in the market to evaluate something like this and say, hey, do I want to take this trade before the close? If I wait, it might not be a good idea. And then on the flip side of, something else, at the end of the day, I might say, let's say I'm long S&P, and let's say, I'm going to need the S&P to close above today's high. And if it can't get above today's high, well, 20 minutes into the close, this is what it looks like it's going to go out as. I'm going to cut it because the same thing can happen. There's nothing worse than hemming and hawing at the close. Do I stay in? Do I get out? Oh, come on, just give it one more day. You can just give it one more day. And that one more day you gave it is the day that you wish you had gotten out because it gapped down and just made it a lot worse. So last hour of the day is probably going to be my focus for trying to maybe find an idea. Maybe at the most twice a week, a Monday or a Wednesday or something along those lines. And if something else really looks good, I might just do an impromptu one. We'll see. But that's the concept of why I like to wait till the end of the day. I don't like to initiate swing trades in the morning or in the middle of the day. I like to see how they're going out. And again, I'll say it again. That's how I manage my trades. If they're a loser and I don't want to take any more pain, how's it looking at the close? It's not looking like I want, so I'm not going to give it another day. All right, let's scroll back down here. All right, we're down to the bottom. Gemma Highwire Networks is merging through SGSI, going on NASDAQ really soon. Low float, extremely undervalued. Revenue, well, all that I can go on is what the price, the footprints in the sand have done up until today tell me. Because everything else is a story. And does the chart confirm the story? Well, it appears that the story you laid out there is being confirmed by the chart. And it was confirmed right there on that day. Breaking out on good volume and holding above. And then, so what we've got now is something that looks great, but I wouldn't chase it here. Okay? Let's say you missed this first candle here and you didn't want to chase it. Well, if you're paying attention and on things that you want to not lose track of, I bet you anything this day right here, I bet you all that mess, all that noise that pulled back to almost, and this is the buy point you do want, the rising 10 SMA, 10-day moving average, but you got to be quick. You got to set alerts. You got to anticipate. I bet you anything that spike down happened in the first half hour of the day. Let's go take a look. Actually, no, it didn't. It did it kind of almost an hour into the day, almost midday, but that little spike down there was the head fake to try and, clean people out of the shares. And so oftentimes what I'll do is on a stock like this, if I've been following it and I feel like I missed it, on that breakout day, I'm going to be watching for any pullback that can get as close to this 10-period moving average as possible and make that become my entry. If I missed that, well, I missed it. Now we're up here, and now we've got all this space between that and where it might be a good idea to buy. So if you're already positioned in it, you're looking good. It's had 6 days or so of nice green candles. Bit of a topping tail there today that's developing, unless it holds. If that holds the way it does, that topping tail might, be kind of like AHT did after 4 or 5 days. That topping tail was a precursor for 2 red candle days of pullback. So just be aware of that. But other than that, Jameh, hopefully I'm saying your name right. the story is being confirmed by the price action there on SGSI. So if that's something you want to keep tracking, keep an eye on it. If it puts a couple of pullback days into that 10-day moving average, well, then you're probably going to be doing a little better on your entry point, because there's nothing worse than just chasing 5 green candles and then you're happy for about an hour and then it all just turns south quickly. And you're just kicking yourself for not being patient. And I understand the patience demons. If I don't buy it now, it's going to get away from me. And if it gets away from me, I'm going to hate myself. I'm not going to like that. So that fear of missing out is a very detrimental emotion in trading. Fear of missing out is not something you want to jump into. You want to wait for your pitch. Just say, okay, well, that's interesting. I'll put that on my radar, and maybe the jump rope will come back down to a reasonable level in the next few days or week, and I can justify buying it. Kurt, right now it's just a concept, but when the concept comes to reality of me doing a last hour trade, it would be on our YouTube channel. It would be on this YouTube channel here, and probably more than likely tweeted out by the Trade Ideas Twitter account. Sean's pretty good about that. So I mean, once we've got something that's timely and ready to get out, I would definitely follow the trade-ideas.com Twitter account, because all of the real-time announcements come through there. I think some of the people are even here because Sean tweeted that out earlier for today's session here. But yeah, Kurt, it would be something just like a quick 3-minute video. I would submit it to the right guys. They would format it, edit it, throw it up on our YouTube channel, and then we would try and point towards it. Maybe even an email would go out. But we would make sure that, getting something timely like that out doesn't sit for very long, and hopefully people get word of it. All right, I'll be here for another 5 minutes or so before Barry comes back in. Let's go back and take a look at where we are in the general scheme of things. Okay, so the SPYs did not like going to lows there. They're popping back up. Let's see what happens at that 10-period moving average. If they can clear back above that, then you're probably safe. Silver and gold just can't get it going, because for whatever reason, the dollar seems to be strong, which is surprising to me, quite honestly. Can you show us how to build a search for 50 EMA crossover? Well, we don't have the 50 EMA, and when you say crossover, what we can do is we have to go to an alert window and go to our configuration, because the term crossover is our keyword, cross, and these are really all that we have to work with. The 50-day crossed below, or the price crossed below the 50, price crossed above the 200, crossed below the open, crossed above the close, and then we start to get some of the pre-canned ones here. The 5 SMA crossed below the 8, the 8 crossed above the 20, 20 crossed above the 200. That's all we really have are a lot of these pre-configured ones. When it comes to our simple moving averages, as I said, all we have are the SMA. So if I take 10 SMA, there's only one thing that can cross it. The 5 crosses the 8. Oh, that's under 10. Excuse me, 10 minutes. But what I'm getting at is the filters that we offer, and it's called the change from. Change from the 10 SMA percent. So if I want to see a stock that's at or near its 10 SMA, we can combine a few filters. We could say, hey, the change in the last 5 days is at least -2%, -3%. Or we can say consecutive candles. We've had 3 or 4 consecutive red candles coming into today. Those are filters we can use. But if we combine it with something like this, we can take the 10 SMA and add that filter, And you would do it like this. You would say, okay, I want the price to be no more than 0.1% below. That's negative 0.1. And I want to be alerted no more than 0.05% above. So we've got just a tiny little window there of when the scanner will show us and bring to our attention it's done everything else you wanted. It's pulled back 5 days. It's had 3 consecutive red candles. It made a new low on the day, but guess what? This is the money filter. It is now at or resting or touching or very clear in the vicinity of my favorite moving average. I did the wrong filter there. I actually changed from the open. I was supposed to do change from the 10 SMA, which is down here. So we would do negative 0.1, no more than 0.1% below the 10 SMA, and 0.05% above. So very close to it. That's how we can create a little window, or a bracket, if you will, of only showing us the price when it's in that general vicinity. Your question, I know, was about the 50 EMA. I'm hearing things that we do have some possibilities of more EMA options coming available in the near future, but a lot of them might start off as a pre-canned, like the 8 EMA crossing above the 20 EMA after a gap up and things like that. I'm not in charge of working on that project, but Michael is, and we may have some more. So, that's really the best way to try and work with our moving averages. That's the way I like to do it. So Dylan, the EMA crosses or the SMA crosses were very limited in the the universe of options or scenarios. This EMA versus that EMA cross. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and bring Barry back in. As usual, you guys have good questions, good comments. The hour goes by quickly. I get thirsty. So let me know Barry is ready. You guys can always email me at info@trade-ideas.com if you needed more help with something you saw me talk about or you didn't catch up on. Not a problem. And Kurt, hopefully maybe these last hour ideas probably be starting in early October. All right, guys, Barry's back in. I will see you next time. Bye.
Social media platform as part of your business summary. And Yalla is this, it could go also. Don't see as much room, but look what it says. Social networking. What's the float? It's a bigger float, 36 million in the float. Could be the new one. I hadn't seen that one for a long time. Grom, Grom. So it's halted. Let's just see if there's any clue where this may open. So far, no real clue. Not seeing as many clues as I used to. Here's the halt, 366. There it is, 366, 366. So it's not really giving me any indication where it's going to open, because I doubt if it's going to open at 366. Yes, there is some alliteration to it. Venom. Yeah, a lot of volume coming in. High yesterday was up here at 22 or so. Pony pump. No, wow. There's lots of volume coming in, just a little outside the price range I like to trade, but well, let's see where this Grom could open again. Was halted at 53 seconds past. So still has past 1 o'clock. So it still has another about a minute, a little over a minute before it could open. So I'm just going to keep it. I'm going to keep the chart on Grom. See, I still just see 366, 366. So no real clue. By the way, Palt has only traded the float 26 times today. Only. Okay, we have about 30 seconds if this is going to be a 5-minute halt for Grom. All right, we have 10 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that was nothing. So it dropped a little bit. However, it dropped a little bit. Oh boy, this looks interesting. I mean, it's holding the level. The next high looking left is 3, well, it's past that high. No, this is gone. I mean, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, people bailing out of Palt and DATS and coming into Grom probably just because it's social media. Low float. Whoa. Oh, that's why I'm not hearing it. Yeah, halted again. You're absolutely right. Well, let's see this time if we have a clue. Still no clue. I see 432. I'm not in it, guys. I did not take this one. I waited too long. I should have been in right here around that 360 mark. I just waited too long. You did say 1180. Is it good to be in a halt? Well, it depends on how it resumes. The first halts are usually pretty good. The second one's a little bit more iffy. The third one is, I mean, listen, this is not scientific. The third one can be where you might get capitulation. But if you're in this one and it's halted, obviously you're in a lot earlier, so. First one, first one is usually okay. You know, if it's moving up, usually it's okay. You know, this is over the past couple of years watching these halts resume since we had our halt resume scanner. Second one, usually not bad, not as robust as the first one. It's usually the third one that you can get into a dicey situation. So here are my, just a second here. Here are my thumbnail charts. Just a second. So notice the flight from Pult. Well, that's what's actually having, and maybe Integrum. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it seems reasonable to think that. Yeah, I just don't see the same room that the other ones had, but it could surprise me. I mean, if it got up to 8, that'd be okay, but it wouldn't be quite the dynamo. One of the things is that it has 36 million in the float. You know, the other two, Palt has I think 3.2, and DATS has 11. So I mean, there is that. You know, the float is there. Whew, Moxie Pop, sorry. Yes, and I know you're probably shorting this. You should be. It means usually it's a respite, okay, like a 5-minute timeout almost. That stock's gone up too much, and I mean this is there's probably a more detailed explanation. I just call it like this: went up too fast in a short period of time. In other words, accelerated. So they pause the stock for 5 minutes, let it take a breather. That's why it doesn't trade until. So if this opens at it's gonna, and usually the halts are 5 minutes. You can see right here, you see it got halted at 110 plus 53 seconds. That's exactly 5 minutes later that it opened. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll be 5 seconds past at 112. Now, that I would say is 95% of halts are 5 minutes long. Sometimes they're longer, and if it's longer than 5, usually it's a multiple of 5. So in other words, 10 minutes. And it opened and it just exploded. So congratulations, April. So congratulations. Congratulations. Hopefully that makes your day. Wow, I mean, this is just a big, huge wow, guys. Whew. And I know you're probably thinking to yourself, why didn't I wait till almost 6? Well, you know what? This can fall as quickly as it went up, so. Well, it's hard for me to know because this must be a symbol name change or something, or because I mean it says it's only 24%, 27% above the lifetime low. Okay, so, and yet when you look at this chart, it looks like it's an IPO here. So I have no idea. Somebody would have to dive into this a little bit more and, tell me, was this a symbol name change? This would be 3 months ago. Okay, now look at Grom, 113.31. So this will be 118.31 if it's a 5-minute halt. So look, this is not for everybody. If you're new to trading, it looks fantastic. You get in here at 311, you'll double your money in a heartbeat. It's not this easy though. It looks easy, but the next time you try one of these, maybe it drops in half. So there you go. Thank you, Slow Hand. So obviously, I don't know what I'm going to see if I look at ILLU. Yeah, we don't have any. I thought maybe we'd have an old chart. So that's why it is misleading. To see that this is. Well, it's not misleading. I guess when it was ILLU, it was way higher. At least almost 4 times higher than this, $24. Well, Dylan, we've got a halts resume scanner. So you don't have to do any searching at all. Our halts resume scanner works great. Right here. Now listen, I may be entirely wrong about the Yalla. The Yalla it's just a float, It's going to take a lot more to move it. A lot of volume. I mean, there's great volume today, 8 times normal. But, it's possible you get some rotation into this one, but I just don't see the same amount of room. And now we've got the warrants for Grom W. They're still trading. No, yeah, they're still trading, I guess. These are the warrants. I don't know it might be a /W. I don't know how they appear in IB. Well, let's see, what time is it now? So about a minute for this one to open, for Grom to open, if it is another 5-minute halt. Now this, again, no real clue. 6:15, 6:14, it's halted at 6:14. No real clue where it's going to open. Starting to see that more and more. What we used to see on these, ones that are exploding, especially the first halt. So let's just say this had been the first halt at 6:14. We may see something like 656, 660. Definitely quite a bit above the halt price. Just not seeing it quite as much anymore. It's almost, I don't know what's going on exactly. All right, guys, if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll be less than 10 seconds now. 3, 2, 1, open. And we're open. What did it do? It's probably a bit of a drop. Yeah, huge drop. Huge drop. So that kind of worked a little bit textbook. And it's halted on, no, is it halted on the way down? Yeah, it's halted on the way down. So what did we say? We said the first halt usually is really good. The second halt can be good. It's the third halt that can be the killer. And so far, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, I don't know if it was really an IPO though. It looks like an IPO here, but it was another symbol called ILLU. It changed symbol names. Some companies will do that. I mean, they didn't like how it was trading under ILLU. So it looks like an IPO, but looking at the position and lifetime range, it doesn't, it doesn't have that. It doesn't, I don't think it is an IPO. I may be completely wrong, but somebody said this used to trade as ILLU. No, not really. Not on these crazy ones with volume and all that. I don't. I kind of throw the R. I don't even look at the RSI. To be honest, I don't really look at it that much. It was just at the third halt, it was the killer. Now, is it going to continue down? Who knows? Let's see. Just thinking what it's stacking up to be. All right, EZFL. Let's see if EZFL is. It's a gasoline. Come on. I thought it was going to be a social media one, but I'm just kidding. I'm just pulling your leg, Zach. All right, guys, give me a moment. Just have to switch headsets. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to switch headsets here. Just give me a moment. All right, I am now back. Yeah, that user, I don't really look at head and shoulder patterns. I'm sorry, it's not my style. I'm really somebody who looks at stocks making new highs of the day or new lows of the day on momentum, so I'm not really a head and shoulders guy. So I can't really help. All right, so now this is going to be a more than a 5 minute halt. You can see right now. Grom halted at 118 plus 52 seconds, so that should have opened at 123 plus 52. We're past that, so this is now going to be at least a 10-minute halt for Grom. And that's the thing, that user, I don't know if you've seen this. You might want to take a look at, if you take a look at my homepage, it took me a while to figure out, the type of trader I wanted to be in terms of patterns and what made sense to me. If you take a look at my homepage, the link I just put in there, this is what you're going to see. So one of the sections is education. If you click here, or click here on the click here, come on. Come on. Okay, and you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see Back to Basics. This is a great little 36-part video series, short videos, and if you're brand new to trading, it'll take you right from the beginning. What is a stock, okay? You might want to take a look at that if you're new to trading. I'm hearing UAMI or Y. Oh yeah, United States antimony. Antimony. Well, guys, this is definitely the breather time. I'm not looking to do really much more. Yeah, well, we'll see if this is a 10-minute halt. I mean, it has another 20 seconds to open if it is a 10-minute halt. We'll see what happens. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you open? Yes. So it just opened, and it opened a little bit down. Well, there's a pretty big level for it to try to hold. I know it's $1 away, but if it doesn't hold that level, I figure it's probably over. And when I say there, I mean, maybe you can't see my screen, but 368, the bottom of that 2-minute candle, which is about the same as the bottom of that 5-minute candle. And okay, so this one finally resumed. This was halted on for news, MIRM. It was halted on news, and so the news actually came in at 3:13. I think Zach might have posted that already at 1:19. So they received the approval for a rare liver disorder. Gets U.S. FDA approval. Rare. So, the problem with that, of course, is, well, how rare is it? How much money can they make? I hate to be, it is still a business, but look at it. It's over 20 now. Something's going on with our charts today, I think. They're lagging quite a bit. I will say that the charts are lagging quite a bit. I don't know if you guys are finding the same thing. I mean, I know we have a 7 or 8 second refresh, but I'm just finding that might, on some of these ones, they're just lagging a little too much. I mean, I haven't seen it like this. It might be just on these halts. I don't know. But that's the problem, I mean, it's a rare liver disorder. I mean, for anybody suffering, fantastic, but, how much money can they make? All right, guys, Navi on the way down. Navi on the way down. That just got alerted on the option play on the way down. So let's take a look at it. What do we have for potential support? Maybe around the 19 mark. And the market is moving down. Oh, look at tech. So the Dow, little disconnect going on. Dow is up a little, tech is down a little. So, at the beginning of the day, everything was up. But the market is starting to slide a little bit again. Yeah, I can't answer that user. I don't know Trading 212 at all. Well, guys, I'm just waiting. I'm really not interested to do too much today, so try to point some things out if they pop up. But other than that, I'm really not interested in doing too much more. Lissy is actually on the way down now. There's not a bad alert from the scanner, option scanner. Well, actually, it's pretty darn good. 1162 got up to 1251 before it pulled back. AUUD. I didn't really look at it. AUUD. So, I mean, we can call this kind of social media, I guess. A little bit. All right, that user. Well, the only thing technical that that I would ever look at is just where the next high is on the chart. I mean, I have but look at this. I mean, this is back in. If I have to scan out on that or scroll out on the weekly chart, the next, not that it's really reacted to any resistance along the way. So I mean, this is on its own. I mean, this has been insane. I mean, going from 40 cents, 50 cents at the beginning of the month up to 4.30. I mean, you can do the math. It's not quite not quite a 10 bagger, but within a month. I can't even see where the next resistance is. There we go. So on the weekly chart. So what are we at now? 431 and 452. So that was back in October of 2019. So we're talking 3 years ago. 2 years ago, sorry. So it's approaching 2 year ago highs. Whether that stalls it, I don't know. Well, with no news and a high float, unless our float information is incorrect, I'm going to check another source because that is actually more impressive. The fact that it's doing that with 104 million in the float, but I just want to check another source. And the answer is, yeah, I think our float information is wrong. It's yeah, I know it's WSB also. I mean, but I don't know. Our float information might be completely out of whack. Let me check another source. I've already checked one source. I want to check one more. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, that looks like that is the number of shares outstanding and not the float. Yeah. All right. So it looks like the float really, I mean, this looks like actually the shares outstanding. Okay, not the float. Now, guys, Grom may not be over. It may not be over. Look at this big bottoming tail here. Big, big, big bottoming tail down here. Remember, the sellers had it all the way down here to 363, and the buyers have popped it up $1. You know, I mean, if it takes out 5 again, it could have another little bit of a run. I'm just going to stick an alert around 507 and see if it has a run from there. You don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm just showing you my idea. You're talking about MITQ? No, I keep looking for social media, okay? Listen, April, I'm just pointing out what I'm looking at, okay? As I said, I'm not telling anybody to take that. It's just that if it gets over 5, that psychological number, it could run again. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm a little bit different of a trader in that regard, okay? I'm a little more of a whole number guy. You know, I mean, if you're going to wait for that, for the, I don't even know where the VWAP is, 395, you're going to wait for that. Yeah, I mean, it did move down there, right there, and it bounced off it. So that would have been okay in that particular case. Oh, Aaron, sorry, April. I'm sorry, I just saw A. Sorry. Tired eyes. Look at DATS, guys. DATS mean, I mean, man, oh man. This Grom, and it got halted, right? It got halted on the way up. Got halted on the way up. So now we're seeing maybe a 481. At least it's a, you know, I think this could have another run. I mean, again, I'm not telling anybody to take this, but you just look what's starting to happen with the other ones. Okay, the other ones are starting to pop a little bit. Here's the DATS, here's the PALT. Well, you can have it. Just go to my homepage. You can have exactly what, do you know how to get to my homepage, Habs? Just click on my link, homepage link. Click on, or excuse me, click on the tab, click on the link. And then when you do, go to my scan section, click here, and halts resumes. Where are you? Here we are. There it is, built for you, okay? If you can't find it, let me know. I'll put my link in. But if you can find my homepage tab, that just helps me from having to put my homepage in all the time. Okay, still have my alert set at 5 something. It doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's the beauty of the price alerts, guys. I mean, you know, you set a price alert. You don't have to stare at the chart the whole time. And if it happens, it happens. Man, I hate to say it, guys. I forgot I was in this short of Navi. Here's the short of Navi in 1975 on the option scan down. Completely forgot I was in. I was wondering why my P&L was changing. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So again, if you want to participate on the downside of the scanner, the option scanner, just flip it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. But you just have to flip the strategy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just let me know. I'll show you how to do it, if you want. Yeah, April, we don't use fixed stops. We don't, I mean, there's nothing scientific about it. You know, to say, well, every trade I get, I'm going to put a 10-cent stop in or a 20-cent stop. In my opinion, anyway, and Becca and Real and well, I shouldn't say most. I have no idea, but I try to base the stop on some kind of science. We'll call it, okay? Looking at a chart, looking at some resistance or support level that if it broke, I should be out, or even things like the low of the previous 5 or 10, 15-minute candle, things like that. But not just, well, every trade I take, it's going to be a 10-cent stop. Because there's no basis for that. Wow, Navi guys. My goodness, look at Navi. It's in 1975 on the alert. 1945 now. When I looked at it, all I did was I just looked left to see, okay, where could it go to? And I saw 19. I said, okay, well, let's take it. You cannot, Don. No, only with Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. The question was, can I use Auto Trading TI with TD Ameritrade? No. It's only set up for Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Well, it depends. I mean, if I don't see anything like Navi, I didn't see anything on the daily chart, right? Well, I shouldn't say that. I look left on the daily chart. Remember, the alert was up here, so I look left, but I was looking at the weekly chart here. So if I don't see anything, Then I start looking at the weekly. Then I start, and if I don't see anything on the weekly, then I start looking at the monthly. It's probably clearer on a, well, if I'm shorting, I'm looking for the next low. I was shorting Navi, so I'm looking at the next low. It's just just kind of flip in your head. If you're going long, you want to see where the next high is. Not that the next high automatically will stop it, but I rarely will take a trade if I see that the next high is close. Even if it's just one day. But if I'm shorting, I want to see where the next low is. So this one, I was looking around 1912 or so, right in this level here. So, I mean, it's kind of right here. Well, it's only going to limit maybe some of the foreign stocks, I guess. The EPS, I'm surprised it's on there. I took it off mine. It's just a trick. It's just a trick to not take or not show any ETFs. Okay, that's why I have the earnings per share filter, just to trick it not to take any ETFs. But the odd time, I've noticed like an Israeli stock or maybe some foreign stock, it may block it also. Doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. Give me an example of one that it blocked, or one that you see here that did not appear on my channel. My channel has changed a bit too. I guess it also now includes where are you? Well, Palt was not. I shouldn't say that. Let me. Well, Palt should have been there because it's on my watch list. But if you're looking now, you're not going to see it, but it's here. Okay, it was not an option play, so it's not going to show up here. But it was here. I see it right here. So I'm not sure what you mean that you didn't see Palt. I could do a history on this, and I'm sure it would be here. Okay, the EPS is not here. So I'm not sure what you're looking at because the EPS is not here. That's Oh, are you saying if you add it in? I mean, but it's not here, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, okay. Well, that's why I took it out. So, but this is my channel. This is my channel. I don't think it's here. I mean, obviously Palt is there. Palt is here. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, just change it. You're talking about the link that's in my. Yeah, that's going to happen every now and then. You will see something that gets blocked, but but you can use. Certainly, my channel it has the EPS removed. It's just a way, because I didn't want to see ETFs, and so ETFs, of course, don't have any earnings, either positive or negative. So that's why I put it in a lot of my scans. Yeah, we know CEI. Yeah, we do know CEI. Saif. No setup instructions. No, I mean the only thing is, I mean, so the question was, are there setup instructions with Holly AI? Well, for entry signals, I mean, you have you have an entry. You can take it right at that time, or you can watch to see how it's trading. You have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. So there's nothing that's going to say, okay, you got an alert for UNFI, and the alert price was 48.11. Here's how you should trade it. No, there's nothing is going to be like that. How you trade it will be up to you. You are given an entry, you're given a stop, and then again, how you trade it will be up to you. Now, if you're not seeing that screen, just click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, and then that window will pop up, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. I use the post market channel. I have with a couple of I added some volume into it. Okay. Other than that, I basically use the post market channel. I think I added maybe a minimum of 50,000 shares. I haven't traded the post market in the last little while though. Maybe a couple last week. But it's not that I want to trade the post market. It's just that I was, when I'm doing my scanning, that's one of the channels that I'm using. So when I'm doing my scanning for the next day. So if I see something and it makes a little bit of sense, the spread is okay, and there's room, I may take it. It'll be probably in my watch list for the next day. Well, and that's why, I mean, well, there are stocks that have a lot of volume post market, but nowhere near the ones in pre market. So you got to be really selective. And there's your DATs. Yes, I know what Real was talking about. I'm not in it. I'm just not in. I'm out of the Navi. Look where the Navi got to. I'm exhausted. Look where the Navi got to. 1922. When you look left, what do you see? 1925. That low right there. So I was thinking it might get close to 19 before it would stop, and that's kind of what it did. And so out of the trade. Okay, just a minute, please. All right, let's take a look at MRCB or MCRB. Sorry, MCRB. Well, that's one big yuck. So it popped up to, well, actually, it's not as far down as I thought. Got up to 719. All right, guys, listen. The way DATS is starting to move, Palt is not moving yet. I would really keep an eye on GROM. GROM. Takes out 5. It's just, well, okay, forget it. Just as I was saying that, it moved down. So this might be over. I was thinking it was going to hold here. If it kept holding here, then all of a sudden, if the enthusiasm returned, to pop it through 5, but looks like it's done. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely done. Okay, Archon. Okay, now this looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance. So you're looking to short this, I'm assuming. And it is shortable at Interactive Brokers anyway. Looks like it's coming into a ton of resistance. Relatively low float, 24 million in the float. William, are you still long MIRM? Okay, it's just showing up on my halts down scanner now from the options. So when you look left, 1744. Okay, well, we're getting some, there's a topping tail, the 15-minute, one anyway. I mean, right there is 328, and right up here is 352. So, I mean, I just don't know if I'm... if I have the mental resolve to do anything anymore today. It's been a fun but exhausting day. Okay, I took a wee bit, Zach, to join you. A wee bit, just to see. 19, I think. Yeah, 19. $205. What a wow! It's just been a fast day. Yeah, Palt is looking good again, guys, over that 12, and it looked like it's shaking off. I'm probably not going to do well. It depends how it trades. I'm actually more interested in the Grom if it can ever get back up to that 450 mark. No, I cashed out of Navi. I explained why. Maybe you weren't listening, or maybe you have me on mute. Can you hear me? Okay, so I said, I was thinking it might get close to 19, looking at the daily chart, and it got down to what? 1922, and then it just stopped right there around 1922. The minute it started to move up, I said, that's it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to put myself on mute just for a bit here. Or maybe not. Just waiting on this Archon to see if it has any move in it. May not be dynamic enough, Zach. Considering the things that we have been in today, that's the thing. I get a little impatient. Yeah, I'm not loving it. Give it a few more pennies and then I'll just turf it. Okay, come on. Get that ask to catch up to that little bit at 316. We're talking Archon. Hard to watch this CEI. I mean, this is just, these are things fortunes are made of. I mean, look at the volume. Not just today. I think this is a wrong float, guys. I think, checked a couple other sources. I think Yahoo had 25 million. I think FinViz had something less also. So this looks like what the actual shares outstanding are. And I'm complaining to our data department again. Spear, SPIR is, I'm hearing Spear, SPIR on the way down, okay? And this is a SPAC? It's not a SPAC, okay? Spear on the way down. All right, guys. Again, this has been a bit of a rocky one, but I keep thinking that if ONDS takes out 10, maybe tomorrow. I mean, it's been a rocky one. It got all the way up to what 10, 10. Excuse me, 10, and then it pulled all the way back down to about 9. It's coming right back up. I'm just looking at this monthly chart, the weekly chart, the room it potentially has, and it's still above the 200-day. So this will be on my radar tomorrow. I have a price alert set for 10. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Really? It wasn't me, or I wouldn't be here. Maybe it's somebody I know. They can throw me a million. Yeah, it doesn't look good for Grom, I have to admit. It does not look good for Grom right now. I mean, unless something really, really startling happens. Okay, IPHA from Ija in the YouTube room. Okay, yeah, some volume coming in. Such a low. I know what you're doing. I know you're probably taking this as some kind of a weird swing trade. I call it weird. There's no volume. Relative volume is nothing. I look at this weekly chart. I just, ugh. but some volume coming in. I'll give you that. Hey, 315, 314. All right, Zach on the right. Our Archon. How much is? How many are a few days, Ija? Ija, I love your enthusiasm. Okay, you happy? Here's your name right here. On the 15-minute chart, there you are, Ija. So if this does what you think it does, all right, Archon. Okay, not bad. 319 down to 314. On the advice of Zach, I shorted it from 319. I mean, it's not a big mover, but hey, and that's the Archon. So I can't lose now. I mean, it goes back to 319. I'll just be out. Oh, I don't know about a better exit strategy. I mean, I have my own way of playing them. I mean, I mean, if it goes up a lot in a very quick period of time, a lot of these option plays are not all dayers. Probably most of them are not all dayers. So, it's hard for me to tell you when you should get out of something. I have a feel for it. The LICY, this is what I saw. So we had the alert, at 1162 on a 15-minute chart without any pause, really. It got almost $1. And it was up here. The minute it started doing this, I took most of it out, and then, down here. And listen, this still is in play, though. It is still in play. Remember, the alert was at 1162. So, I mean, it's still hanging around this 12. I don't have any more left. But that is that specific one. The SLI, that was earlier also, SLI. I remember this one because Real shorted, well, I did too, shorted it yesterday. So, I mean, it was okay, got up to 936, but the minute they stall, the minute they start stalling, I'm always eager to take some out. So it's hard for me to tell you when you should do it. I mean, I just know that most of them, depending on the day, of course, but most of them are not all-day holds. Well, I mean, I've got a lot of scans I'm sharing, but whether you think they're cool or not, I don't recommend. I mean, I have a lot of scans I'm sharing. You just go to my homepage and there they are. You can go to the only one I use really though is the options one. I shouldn't say it like that. The one I pay attention to the most is the option scan, yes, but. If I get an idea from one of these and it doesn't happen to be in my options play, like Pelt. Obviously, Pelt was not an option play because it doesn't trade options. So, well, it's amazing that they've held off this long, going from 50 cents to 4 whatever. 480. I mean, the week it's had. I mean, we're Wednesday, so this is in 3 days. It's basically doubled, more than doubled in 3 days. Now, this GNCA, here's another one. I'm really toying with the idea of eliminating the ones under $5. I mean, this could move, but what's the float? 41 million. I mean, it showed up in the option scanner. It's a messy looking 15, 5-minute, 2-minute. It's hard for me to even look at this. I look at the weekly chart and I don't see a lot of room. I'm really, if I don't eliminate it, it's probably, I might, just in case we get one that has a ton of room, but I don't, this is what I'm talking about, you know, anything under $5, I'm really not seeing big moves. And I'm not just talking about today. Yeah, I don't use it at all. Let's see. Well, it says, I have time here. When you say it's not always showing, okay, I'm just, oh, I see, yeah. There's no way. Well, first of all, that's not specific. So let's take a look at. All right. So if it is specific, I mean, I think the time is shown. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the time, as long, see, sometimes you see the news and it's so general. See, I mean, this, okay, leads healthcare gainer, but that's not really specific. Yeah, but this one is, I don't know what to say. There's no way to add it. There's no way to add it. Do you have Interactor Brokers? Well, I'd use theirs news. I mean, look, ours is okay, but I certainly would not rely 100%. I would use Interactor Brokers news. That's what I do, and the time is there. Well, Palt did not do it real. It did not do it. Look, yeah, I mean, just like I don't. I'm on DAS, so you're not using. I don't know the difference, but for me, I just click on File, New, New Window, and News, and company specific news. It's great. I mean, it is. I mean, it gets a lot of stuff from Benzinga, and it's not quite probably their. Obviously, it's not their $100 or $150 instant news service, but man, it's pretty accurate. And yikes! That's why you shorted it, right? Look at this. Look at CEI, guys. Are you still in that short? It's halted now. Wow, that's a big drop. I mean, that is a big. I mean, yeah, this could be the financing announcement. I'm not saying it is, but wow, you got out. Well, I hope nobody got hurt on this one. Chasing it higher and higher. But this is almost looking like financing news. Almost. Which I think is, if that's the case, I don't know for sure. Obviously, there's no news on it. It's halted because of volatility, not because of news. But that is a big percentage drop. Yeah, they all got a, yep, Paul, Dats, Grom. Nothing lasts forever, guys. Means they're going to, they'll issue more shares at a certain price, typically underneath the current price, and to raise money. Okay? So, I mean, this is just supposition. We were talking about, well, Zach and others were talking about at what point do they raise money? As you know, stock was 50 cents at the beginning of the month, 32 cents, whatever. Beginning, well, not beginning of this month, but a few months ago. Well, it was 44 cents at the beginning of the month. Something that goes from 44 cents almost up to $5. Especially these little companies, they're probably desperate for cash to keep operations going. So what they'll do is they'll issue a whole whack of shares at a price, and always, I shouldn't say always, but 99.9% of the time underneath the current price. And what happens is then the share position gets diluted. If you're an existing shareholder, your position gets diluted. It's no fun to be in a financing halt. I'm not saying this is it, but it's basically the company is raising money by issuing more shares at a certain price. We'll have to see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. 225.54, so 230.54 will be the open if it's a 5-minute halt. I'm just waiting to see if something gets added here to the news on CEI. Well, that's what a company will do. I mean, they'll wait for the price, if they can, to raise. I mean, if a company, I mean, why would they, if you're the company and you need money, obviously to try to raise a lot of money at 56 cents a share versus almost 5 or 4, I mean, you know, if you wanted to raise $400 million, okay, I'll make math really simply. Say the price was that, and you did it at $4. So you'd have to issue 100 million shares, right? You want to raise $400 million at $4. You could. I'm not saying they're going to do that. How many shares would you have to issue at 50 cents? You know, 8 times that. So, which is, you know, further dilution. So they'll always try a company, if especially the bios. This is not a bio, but you'll see this with the bios all the time. They release some news, market gets excited, share price goes up a lot, and then they raise money at a higher price, so they don't have to dilute so much. They don't have to issue as many shares. Ew, scared me. It's no fun, you know. I hope nobody was chasing this one on the way up. I know people were saying it's going to hit 5 and all that. No, that was a coaster that was stuck to my drink and dropped. It scared me. Meanwhile, as slow as it's been, I mean, Zach, thank you for the recon. I mean, it's, you know, inching downwards a little bit. Well, let's see, guys. I mean, what you don't want to see is a headline saying financing, because it won't be at this price. So what time is it now? 14:32. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Yikes. There's no such thing as an annoying cat, Dak. not, not with me. We don't know. We don't know. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's in a halt, William. So it's in a halt now. Nothing anybody can do. You know, if they were chasing it, they're still in it. But the longer this halt goes on, I hate to say it, the longer this halt goes on. I mean, I don't know for sure, but usually the first halt is 5 minutes. So we're about 8 minutes into that halt. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, we'd have to talk reality though. Yeah, usually they are bios, but this has had just an extraordinary run. Well, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it's going to be a little over a minute. Yeah, I mean, there was no, again, we don't know that that's what's going to happen, okay? But there was no inkling that this was going to happen. I mean, this was out of nowhere. I mean, it's had some red candles on, on the 2 minute, very minor ones though, very minor. Nobody could predict that unless, I hope I'm wrong. Okay, well, again, guys, if it's going to be, it'll open in 20 seconds if it's a 10-minute halt. Any longer than that, now the only other thing, okay, let's see if it's going to open. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it did open. Yeah. Well, let's see. It's holding for. Now, the only other thing I could think of, halted. The SEC might say to them, "Hey, what's the reason?" And they'd say, "Well, because there is no news." Okay. Well, guys, if you're in this one, up in this area, I'm not telling you to do anything, but Yeah, everything I Vancha and everything. If you can find my homepage tab right here, okay, and you click on my scan on my link. If you and then you find my scan section, everything in here I'm sharing, including the halts resumes. Okay, so everything in here that I've created is part of this. Well, it's I mean when you say part of the subscription, I mean I'm sharing it. I mean, you can make your own, but you know, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. So I guess the quick answer is it can be created by yourself, or you can take it from me. Whoa! Turned into actually a pretty nice play, Zach. Archon on a percentage basis from 390 for me anyway, 319 down to here. Yeah, well, there was no reason to get out. I didn't see any reason to get out. But I didn't take a lot. I will freely admit I didn't take that much. The reason I didn't want to have to try. I didn't want to have to follow it that closely in case it. So if it took a big pop on me, I wouldn't get hurt. Yeah, this is actually probably a little expensive in my option scanner. I'm actually thinking of just doing 5 to 20. COG, I know just showed up, $23, $22.95. It's above yesterday's high now. But I'm done, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is talk a little bit about the test drive. Okay, so I put the test drive link in. So when you click on it, this is what you'll see, October test drive. So it starts a little less than 2 weeks. Starts on the 11th and it goes to the 22nd. 10 trading days, okay? So you will have up to 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11. And the reasons I say up to 10 trading days, if you can't start, say, on the 11th, but you can start on the 12th and go to the 22nd, you'll get 9 trading days, okay? So it is not 10 trading days from whenever you start. If you can't take full advantage from the 11th to the 22nd, it'll be a portion thereof, okay? So make sure you understand that. And you'll have access to our full premium service. If you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same thing. You can, for the 1111, you can get upgraded to our premium service to see what that is all about. Also, if you're going to do it, do yourself a favor and learn a little bit about trade ideas before you take the test drive, okay? The 20 lessons for, okay, and it basically goes into what's a top list, what's an alert window, how to create them. Not really, Jason. I mean, depend. You know, I analyze every alert that I get from the option scanner on its own. It's not blindly taking them all, okay? But I've seen, you know, early, I've seen late. I wouldn't say that there's any. I mean, don't get as many late day ones. Just, you know, the nature of of trading. And last, I'll put in my homepage link. All I saw about Dollar Tree this morning was a big buyback program. I'm afraid to look. So I put my homepage link in, and when you click on it, okay, here's how you can take out a subscription. Okay, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Three free sections. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. My stock of the day video that I do at noon every day, all times Eastern, of course. And all the education, including, the 20 lessons. Our website's been a little sluggish today. I'm noticing it taking a little bit longer to load. I don't know why. Maybe we've got masses of people wanting to join Trade Ideas. Anyway, here are the 20 introductory lessons, the daily support in YouTube between 12 and 1 when I do take a break. And the daily webinar. So there is the one today. I help out on this one. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. But you can sign up for them all here. Educational videos, how to start trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI, and back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, a great series for you, okay? So and then of course, how could I forget? My scans. All my scans. Not all my scans. A lot of the ones that I've created over the last 11 years, some of them I put in here. You can take a look at them, and including I have a sample layout, kind of what you see here. But obviously my favorite, moving higher with unusually strong options. So there's a lot of information on my homepage. That's why I say save the link. These two sections, a lot of information. Save my link, and then you can look at those two sections anytime you want. I'm afraid to look. What is CEI doing now? Ooh, it got halted on the way down. Yikes. Again. Well, listen, what I wanted to say, but I'm not a financial advisor. What I wanted to say is that if you were in up here, you better look hard and fast at cutting your losses on that little pop. But, I can't say that. Seriously, because what if I had said, I would be cutting my losses right here at, if I could get out at 423 and if I were up here at 460 or close, I'd be definitely cutting. And then what if it zoomed through 5 and went to 10? Okay, so. But that's what I wanted to say. I haven't checked it. I hear it. ENGN. I do hear it. It's a big float, isn't it? No, it's actually not as big as I thought it was. You know what? I'm going to have to, let's see, drop this down a little bit. There we go. Now I can see everything clearly. Yeah, I mean, listen, it looks well, not quite like the CEI, not quite. It looks like the CEI, when it started here, and then CEI did this, and then it, just got trounced. This Archon might take out 3. All right, guys, so I will be shutting this room down at around 3 o'clock. Good time to ask me questions. I'll always say after. Well, today is my long day, though, in that webinar at 5. So, but if you have any questions, ask away. Now, a new feature. A new feature, and I'll put the YouTube link in. Chris Varley will start for about an hour. He'll have something going on in YouTube also. Okay, our YouTube room from 3:30 to 4:30. Okay, for those of you who just can't get enough of trading. See, I'll put this in. Chris Varley. Okay, so there's a YouTube link. Yeah, the greatest reality show on earth, the stock market. I don't know if it probably is recorded, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible. I know this is recorded, which is crazy. I mean, 6 hours of me. I mean, it's, where are you going to look? I mean, so it's possible that his is recorded. Let me just ask him. Probably it is. Well, you know what? I think I can, yeah, I put the link in. Okay, here's the link. So at 3:30, you can click on that link and join. So I guess it is recorded. Yeah, right. You were a funny individual, Becca. Yeah, he just started doing this officially yesterday, I guess. All right. CEI just got just resumed. Oh, how ugly! My goodness, this is going negative for today. Well, it could go negative. I'm not saying it is. It just got within a penny. Just one moment, please. Okay, just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I am now back. All right, guys. Well, listen, glimmer of hope time for CEI. So that got all the way down. I think literally within a penny of yesterday's close. And now, yeah, it is. Now it's halted on the way up. Fun and games. All right, guys. I'm just. No, I don't play usually off the halt. Okay. Yeah, I mean we have to talk about the halt because it's one of the scans and people are interested. But the only way I would play off a halt like this, is if it. I don't know where it got halted at 379. Okay, so it got halted there. If it just, I mean, this is a bad example because it's been halted on the way down a couple of times. But let's pretend that it got halted on the way up. Let's pretend this wasn't here. Got halted on the way up, and then at 379, maybe it goes down to 370, sits there for a 5-10 seconds, and then it pops through that halt price. That is probably the only time I'll play a halt. Okay, if that makes sense. It's not easy, but I'm not going to chase one. I mean, so in other words, if the stock got halted at 379 and it opened at 4, I'm not chasing it. No. So the only way is if it got halted at 379. Again, bad example. These are halted on the way down, but pretend that this got halted on. Well, it did get halted on the way up, but pretend all this hadn't happened. So if it had a little bit of a pullback, and then it popped through the halt price, I could get involved. Yes. Yes. Good evening to you, Sir Thomas. Yeah, listen, halts is it's not a strategy though. I would not call that a strategy. They're very risky. Very, very risky. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just answering an email. Well, yeah, I keep waiting for the what's up exactly. What's up? What's happening? Can you tell us why this? And they'll just say, "Oh, we have no reason. No reason." You too, Tank. Majestic. Okay, so we do have a position in pre-market. I think we do. Let me have a question about looking for a scanner referencing the pre-market highs. Let me just make sure I'm right. Okay, so we have the position in the pre-market range filter. Okay, Vicus or Vicus. So you could add that filter and you could say faded at least 20%. So you could put a max of 80% here. That means it will have faded at least 80%, 20% at least. Okay. So we do have a position in pre-market range filter. There is no time. The top list is. I have a top list. The time is automatic. Exactly. Vicas, yes. So what do you mean? How do you put a time on a top list? You can't. I mean, it's automatic. It's just going to update every 30 seconds. So what do you mean? All right. You're challenging me here. Cream of the crop. I'll load the cream of the crop. Okay, so what do you mean exactly? There's the time. So it's going to update in 30 seconds. Nothing, like you can't do anything about it. I'm not sure what you're trying to do though. I mean, it just gets updated every 30 seconds. You'll see, and there's no symbols here, obviously. I must have some pretty tough filters in here. Well, you could always freeze it. You could always freeze it, I mean, if you want to. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if that answers what you want to do. You can always freeze it. Yeah, something's going. Something's going. There we go. So you could always freeze it. If I wanted to not have, I mean, this is a bad example because the flow turnover is not going to turn over too much. Like the symbols are not going to be that much different. But I could always freeze it, and then so the time, well, time it won't move for a while. Is that what you want to be able to do? Here's one that just got halted, guys. UFAB. So maybe that's not what you want to do, but okay. Well, guys, it's about. I think that's it. I'm bushed. So what? Tomorrow is Thursday. Nope, too much rain today. All right, everybody. So I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.